please begin to take your seats? Could everybody please take your seats? We're going to begin in just a moment now. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Town Hall Water Summit. Thank you for joining us. I'm Anna Henderson, Water Advisor to Governor Mark Dayton and Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith. Today, this is going to be a statewide conversation. In addition to everybody gathered here at University of Minnesota Morris, satellite gatherings hosted by the University of Minnesota are happening in St. Paul, Duluth, and Crookston. Many people are also joining us online from their homes and offices. This is being live streamed. Welcome to everybody. We want to hear from all of you today from all across Minnesota. To connect with everyone across Minnesota, we're going to use Facebook and Twitter to take questions, or if you have thoughts that you want to share. Please use the hashtag WaterSummitMN. If you're in Morris or at one of the satellite locations, we hope you'll also communicate with us the old-fashioned way. We have posters out in the hallway with questions about water. There are some pre-populated answers, and there's little sticky dots that you can use to mark the ones that represent how you feel. And there's also sticky notes so you can write your thoughts and share them. More information is going to be available about all the different speakers and panelists you see today online. I want to thank our media host, Pioneer Public Television. Our moderator for the day is Gary Eichten, and we are very honored and pleased to have him. We greatly appreciate University of Minnesota Morris hosting this event with the governor. And I would now like to introduce Jacqueline R. Johnson, the 5th and first female chancellor of the University of Minnesota Morris. Under her leadership, the campus has increased enrollment, grown its endowment, and established itself as a national leader in renewable energy and sustainability. And as many of you may know, Johnson is concluding her many years as chancellor next week, and we are so pleased to be an end cap of her great career here. So now we'll welcome Chancellor Johnson. Thank you.
So for those of you who are wondering if I'm ever going to leave, I always lately have begun any meeting like this by saying, yes, I am still the chancellor, but just for a few more days, and I am so pleased to be able to be here for this Water Summit and to see all of you who are here. The outer area has just been a hub of activity since, I don't know, at least 9 o'clock, and what excitement for us. Governor Dayton, who is in the wings here, it is an honor to welcome you to the Morris campus and a privilege for us to host this, your second Water Summit. We thank you for recognizing the important role played by those of us who live, work, and lead in Greater Minnesota. We are joined today by many distinguished guests. Well, really, you're all distinguished guests. Our participants include 9 Minnesota legislators from both sides of the House, and that includes our own Representative Jeff Backer and our own Senator Tori Westrom. So welcome to you. Our visitors also include several mayors, among them Morris's own Sheldon Giese, and our visitors include several representatives from tribal communities, from Lower Sioux and from Leech Lake. please, if you see these individuals that I'm going to name hustling and bustling around the Morris campus, will you thank them? These are Morris campus representatives, staff members who have been working with the governor's office for a month or longer to plan this event. Troy Goodnow, Carrie Grusing, Melissa Vangsness, Karen Ellis, and Mike Seahawk. Will you please tell them thank you? They've done a terrific job. You'll see that as the day unfolds. The University of Minnesota Morris sits in the middle of everywhere, and I mean that quite literally. We are located in the midst of rich natural resources, wind, biomass, and the sun, and we are taking full advantage of these resources to power, heat, and cool this campus. And if you didn't see them on your way into town, you will note on your way out those two big wind turbines up on the hill that belong to the University of Minnesota and provide between 60 and 70% of our electricity on an annual basis. Our students lead us. We work in partnership with our colleagues at the West Central Research and Outreach Center, part of the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences at the University of Minnesota. It's just up the hill from here. We work with our colleagues at the U.S. Department of Agriculture's research station called the Soils Lab here, and with our colleagues in the city of Morris. Together, here in this small town on the edge of the Minnesota Prairie, we strive to create a community that provides a model for a different way to live, a way of living that honors the legacy and respects the rights of the indigenous people who lived here first, of those who came after, and a way of living that protects the environment and natural resources for future generations. The University of Minnesota Morris is a school with a distinctive present, unduplicated in the University of Minnesota system where it resides. It is a school with an important past, founded as an American Indian boarding school, then serving as an agricultural boarding high school, and now one of some 30 public liberal arts colleges in the country. We provide a private school experience for undergraduates at a public school price. Our past directs us in the present and into the future. 18% of Morris students are American Indian, representing 55 different tribes from around the country. We are a national leader in efforts related to sustainability in all its forms, economic, environmental, and social justice. Situated here, in this place, we are uniquely positioned to explore solutions to the grand challenges that face not only this region and this state, but also well beyond that. What better place for the conversation that is about to unfold here today? I have thought a lot about that conversation, trying to anticipate what will happen here. We are surrounded right now by so much antipathy, so many examples of talking around and over each other, so much disagreement about what constitutes fact, or the newest concept, alternative fact. So many instances of disrespectful conversation and engagement. This is not the model we aspire to here on this campus. We expect more than that. A primary purpose for our existence as an educational institution is the fostering and furthering of thoughtful, respectful, analytical, critical, and creative thinking and discourse. This is what I imagine for the summit today. This is what I have come to expect on and from this campus. I am a hopeful person. Governor Dayton, I know that you are as well. And so I end my welcome with a poem by Wendell Berry, a poem that I have come to love, a poem that speaks of despair and hope and water. It's the piece of Wild Things by Wendell Berry. When despair grows in me, and I wake in the middle of the night at the least sound in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be, I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water, and the great heron feeds. I come into the peace of wild things who do not tax their lives with forethought of grief. I come into the presence of still water, and I feel above me the day-blind stars waiting for their light. For a time I rest in the grace of the world and am free. It is in that spirit of hope and grace and light and enlightenment that I welcome you to the University of Minnesota-Morris and provide my best wishes for a very productive summit. Thank you. See, I'm still here. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Governor Mark Dayton. As I said, a man of hope, but also a man of action. First, he is a lifetime sportsman and fisherman and a hockey enthusiast who is the state of Minnesota's 40th governor. Governor Dayton is committed to finding partnerships across industries and all corners of our state to improve our state's water quality. In 2012, the Dayton administration implemented our nation's first agricultural water quality certification program to improve soil and water conservation. In 2015, Governor Dayton secured passage of Minnesota's landmark water quality buffer legislation, which will reduce runoff into public waters and districts across the state. And just last week, Governor Dayton signed a landmark federal agreement establishing the Minnesota Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program that will leverage $350 million in federal funds in direct payments to landowners while strengthening the protection of Minnesota's wetlands. The governor is committed to fighting for cleaner water and a brighter future for Minnesota throughout the remainder of his term in office. Please join me in welcoming Governor Mark Dayton to the stage, and when you see him, wishing him a happy birthday yesterday. Thank you, Governor Dayton. Thank you. I'm going to go this way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't see you, but I know you're out there. And while you're standing, we had encountered a little technical difficulties with the Star Spangled Banner, and I'm not willing to sing that. But I do want to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Good, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to thank University of Minnesota-Morris for hosting us here today. Did such a superb job of supporting everything that we were putting together for this big event. I particularly wanted to thank and recognize Chancellor Johnson, who this is her final week after 10.5 years of distinguished service here. And Chancellor Johnson, wish you the best for your future, but thank you very much for your extraordinary service to this campus and to the state of Minnesota. I first came to the University of Minnesota-Morris in 1968. My cousin John graduated from here, met his wife here, so had a lasting good impression on him, and I believe he still holds the record for the most parking tickets in Morris. But I'm delighted to be with you. We'll let you know we have some members of the working press from St. Paul who came all the way out here. I don't know if they came here to hear my speech or to see if I was going to pass out. But I'm not trying to talk for 45 minutes, so you spared that. But I want to thank all of you for being here. It's just tremendous. We have a packed house. Over 500 people are packed in here. We have 170 people at least watching live streaming from other University of Minnesota campuses in Crookston, Duluth, St. Paul. And you can also, people can join on an online link to a live stream from their own homes or businesses, wherever. So the interest level in this has been really, really outstanding, and it shows once again how concerned Minnesotans are about the water and how much they want to play their own role in improving our conditions. And most of you have been leaders in this movement to provide clean water for Minnesotans for years before I became aware and involved, and I salute you for that. I thank you for championing this important cause in the face of resistance and even opposition by those who first want to deny we have a problem, and then secondly, don't want to do anything about it. I'm told that a lot of people, a lot of those folks are mad at me. I'm used to having people mad at me, as long as it's for a good reason. That's why I have 2 German Shepherds. I come home from work and everybody in the world hates me, they wag their tails. But you know, I didn't create this problem, and I'm probably one of the Minnesotans who unwittingly contributed to it. But I didn't bring it into being. I wouldn't wish for it. But I'm determined that we're going to face the facts in Minnesota and deal with the reality that we face, and that what we are going to leave to our children and our grandchildren without our not only our attention but our action. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency estimates that 40% of the rivers and waters in Minnesota are unfit for human water, swimming, and fishing recreation. In some areas of the state, like southwestern Minnesota, that number is over 90%. The water there, rivers, streams, ditches, is unfit for human consumption and does not support aquatic wildlife. If you look at the handout that you have, the information, but the fate of the Mississippi River really describes by illustration, you know, some of the problems that we face. So it starts up at the headwaters. It's in good condition. By the time it passes St. Cloud, it's below the water quality level recommended for recreation because of the sediment and runoff. And then it says here when the Crow River comes in, which is between St. Cloud and just northwest of the Twin Cities, it adds tremendous amount of nutrient pollution to the river, so that by the time it reaches the metropolitan area, it's relatively unsafe for consumption. It has to be treated. It used to be that the Twin Cities area dumped a great deal more contamination in the Mississippi River. That has been cleaned up in the last couple of decades with a really conscious effort. But of course, as you know, then the Mississippi River gets down to New Orleans, where there's a 120-mile black hole in the Gulf of Mexico, where there's so much pollution from so much runoff and contamination that for that 120-mile life does not exist. So this illustrates in my mind also one of the realities of water quality, which is that the people who have whatever role they are in causing the problem, and a lot of it is naturally occurring, but those whose runoff goes into the Crow Ring River are not suffering the consequences of what they've done. That water flows downstream, and it's people downstream, and then as it accumulates, it's people that with the Mississippi River and elsewhere who really suffer the most serious consequences, which is why what somebody does on their land is their business. What somebody does to their water is everybody's business, because everybody gets affected by that, by those consequences. And I just have no sympathy or patience for those who continue to deny that we have a water pollution problem in Minnesota, or who don't want to do anything to solve the problem we face. We passed the buffer bill a couple of years ago. It was controversial. I'm known as the buffer bully to some. But on the other hand, there's so many good things that Minnesotans are doing. Counties have taken the initiative. A couple of wonderful farmers who are here today who will talk about the conservation measures that they've taken on their own initiative before this legislation. They talk about the economic as well as the ecological advantages of what they're doing. You know, the good people all over Minnesota, and most farmers and most landowners are good, excellent stewards of their land. They're taking these initiatives. They're taking these steps. It's just a relatively few number who don't want to do anything, don't want to change, don't want to be told by anybody what to do, who unfortunately many of them get their legislators' ears. And so you get this really, budding reaction to this legislation, which I compromised on. We compromised on a year ago at the insistence of some legislators who felt that private dishes were not part of what they intended when they passed the bill the year before. The water from private dishes goes into the public waters. I mean, so I hated to give that up, but I've compromised on this bill, and I'm not going to compromise anymore. I'm not going to rescind it. I'm not going to water it down. I'm not going to delay its implementation. If we can improve it, and there's no doubt when it starts coming into effect, can find ways in which it can be improved. We've already given the authority to the counties of the soil and water conservation districts locally, so that farmers and others can really interact with people who know their land, know their situation, and offer that flexibility. Provided in my tax bill, proposed funding for both the counties to enforce the measure, as well as compensation for landowners who participate. The CREP program, which Chancellor referenced, which was signed just last week, $500 million federal and state money, a good part of which will go to landowners who voluntarily participate in the buffer program, the conservation program. I've got a bonding bill that proposed $167 million of help for particularly smaller cities, communities in greater Minnesota for whom the cost of water treatment plants is prohibitive, to help them absorb those costs and create clean drinking water for their citizens. You know, there are places in Minnesota where when the water treatment facility breaks down, and many of them do because they're antiquated, they have to go out and buy bottled water for their citizens. Now, what does that say to our citizens? What does that say to our kids and our grandkids? When we say, well, you can't drink the water that's coming into your tap because we haven't decontaminated it sufficiently for your safety. Again, this is just things that we absolutely have to face up to. We know a lot of things we can do better to solve this problem, and there's just no excuse for not delaying or not doing what we know we can, and improving on those steps in the future based on further information or science or whatever. But I'm not going to tell my little grandson Hugo. The other night when I asked him on the way back from the State of the State, he was in the car with me, and I said, well, did you think Grandpa gave a good speech? He said, no. So I'm going to cut this one short. But I'm not going to be able to look Hugo and others in the eye if I haven't done everything I can to improve water quality in Minnesota. And that's what this summit's all about, collecting ideas from all of you who have much greater expertise than certainly I do, and taking those ideas to the Environmental Congress next week and bringing them to the legislature in the months that follow. So if we all work together, all pull together, all share our best ideas, I know we can tackle this problem in Minnesota. We've solved other serious problems in Minnesota, and we can solve this one as well, and I look forward to being part of that with you. And now it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce the retired chairman, CEO of Cargill, Greg Page. I met with Greg on this subject a couple of months ago, and I was just so taken by his expertise, by his passion for it, his conviction. I've said, nothing convinces like conviction. And I think when you listen to Greg today, as I will be joining you when I can find my way down there, I look forward to hearing from him, and I know you will too, about his dedication to this challenge and his assessment of it. And then we'll have the panels where you can participate further, the networking lunch and all. So I really, again, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your tremendous leadership, and let's carry on. Thank you. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, my written notes say this is the moment when I'm supposed to thank Governor Dayton for encouraging me to be involved in this topic. But having heard the initial remarks, I speak with a little bit of trepidation. But to give you a little context, I do want to thank the governor and Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith for encouraging me to be involved. And I also want to make note of a word of thanks to Brian Boer at the University of Minnesota, making their resources available to me over the last 18 months as I've tried to learn more about this subject. So, why am I engaged in this topic? And I became engaged as I watched 18 or 20 months ago the debate in the legislature about the buffer bill, and discouraged by some of the comments in their portrayal of the attitudes of farmers to this issue. and at the same time concerned that a single instrument, buffer strips, by itself would solve the whole problem. It's more complicated than that, and at least the public discourse didn't seem to have the attention to all the different tools that would need to be deployed to cost-effectively address the problem. So rather than whining to my neighbors, I got involved. Over the last 18 months, I've gone to numerous meetings, participated in a number of groups, learned 200 or 300 new acronyms, and had a chance to talk to individual farmers. And basically, out of all that, I became enormously encouraged. The number of innovative trials and pilot programs that are going on, but the sum of 1,000 anecdotes isn't going to be a solution to this problem. It's got to be more pervasive. So, what have I come to believe over those 18 months of inquiry? One, the status quo is not acceptable, and I think the governor made that point very well. So change is coming, and we are simply holding discussions and debates and legislative hearings about when and how we're going to collectively change our behavior. So we're into the mode of action, I think, not into an issue of saying the status quo can continue. My experience has been that there are only 3 ways to influence and change behavior. One is you can just compel it by the power of authority, if you're the CEO or if you're the governor. So regulatory edict, you can compel people to do something and to not do it. The second is to incentivize. You can either pay people to do more of the behavior you want, you can subsidize an activity that you want more of, or you can tax an activity that you want less of. And the third one, and one that I think has a lot of importance for this issue, is a collective voluntary response to a shared threat. And I think this issue fits into that example, in that the tools of enlisting and engaging people in the pursuit of a shared value, and I think that's an important word to bring into the conversation today. I believe it is a shared value between the boaters and swimmers and consumers of Minnesota and the farm community, and we share that value. The second, I believe that emulation is one of the most powerful forces on earth. People seeing things that work being done by a small group will emulate that, and by the power of emulation, a lot can be accomplished. But you have to have a shared value system, and you have to have a belief that you're working on practical tasks. Next, I think that you can harness the competitive spirit, that as things happen in one county and progress is made and measured, that the natural competitive spirit that exists in Minnesota will pervade other counties, and that will energize the emulation. The personal example I want to give is our family bought a lot on a small lake, 220 acres in northern Minnesota, to build a cabin. Before we even started walking on the lot, a neighbor came over, said, "What kind of yard do you plan to put in? How close to the beach do you plan to get?" And what I've learned in now 5 years on that lake is that the shared value about the clarity of that lake, and granted it's a very small lake, there are only 98 cabin owners, and so to have this community of interest that's more powerful than the legal requirements of the DNR, and that is simply enforced by a shared value and a collective response to a shared threat. And I think that can be harnessed as well for this problem. So I want to make a disclaimer as I go in. I am not a hydrologist. I am not an agronomist. I am not a soil scientist. And in the Q&A, that will become even more obvious to you. So what I thought I would talk about is to provide some biased thoughts about how wicked problems are handled and how change takes place. And in 42 years of working for Cargill, I've had the opportunity to see how governments and big institutions like corporations deal with wicked problems. And wicked problems are the ones that don't have any solution that is more virtuous on every dimension. So the term wicked problem, I think, was coined around this issue by Otto During, who is, I think, a now retired professor at Purdue. And if you think about wicked problems, what are some of the attributes? It's a kind of problem that doesn't lend itself to a discussion amongst people that bring a narrow and vehement perspective. Second, they're the kinds of problems in which the trade-offs are very real, they're significant, in many cases they're immediate, and where the cost of dealing with the problem is likely to fall on a relative few and the benefits to fall on millions. And third, wicked problems are those that have significant uncertainty, where the facts are not always exactly precise, and it's many times difficult to have the kind of quantification that can give you certainty. And fourth and finally, wicked problems, and particularly this one, are complicated by the vagaries of the weather and soil types and topography. And so we indeed have a wicked problem. So righteousness doesn't work well in solving wicked problems. And a few years ago, probably almost 2 years ago now, I gave a talk on food security and climate change. And when I'd finished my talk, it was on the West Coast, a woman stood up during the Q&A period and essentially said, "You're such a know-it-all. What's the perfect agricultural system?" I did the same thing then. I stood there silently. That I have a lot of opinions about agriculture and about trade in agricultural products. But she was essentially saying, "You've pointed out these things. What is the perfect food system?" And I stumbled through some answer, but put a lot of thought into it after that, and out of it came the graphic, which is something that draws attention to the fact that any choice we make has second-order consequences that are by and large negative for other things that other people hold very dear. What I've found in the agricultural sector, in the food sector in particular, there are a lot of vehement single-issue constituents, people that only care about animal welfare. That is the most important thing, and that's the prism they bring to every problem about the global food system. And so the example that I used then and I'll use now, and to explain the graphic, if you look at the animal welfare, so the people that care only and solely about that are prepared to be indifferent to the impact of what they impose on the food system with regard to raising the greenhouse gas footprint, about reducing the affordability of food, potentially using dramatically more water, and you go through the list. And so they hold their view of the food system and how it should be shaped as a righteous view, and are unwilling to even acknowledge the second-order consequences that are highly negative for other values that different people hold as well. And so there is no uniquely superior moral course of action in this problem, or many of them highlighted in the graph. So just to be sure, because I think this point of mapping our unintended consequences in an issue of a wicked problem is really important. Think of cage-free eggs. I can't see anyone out there, but in this particular audience in California, asked how many of you have switched to cage-free eggs? And virtually all of the hands went up, some of them both hands. Very proud of that decision, very righteous in the kind of consumer that they had become. And so I asked them, so did you calculate the greenhouse gas footprint impact of your decision? All the eyes went down. How many of you, this is California, water, not maybe this year, but typically is scarce. How many of you thought about the water footprint of the decision that you made? And how many thought about the impact on deforestation caused by your decision to switch to cage-free eggs? And by this time, the room was quite quiet. And so we had a conversation that all they have done is they've made a choice. And if animal welfare is important to you, so be it, and that's fine. And many companies are responding to that desire, but people need to realize the second-order consequences for other things that other people hold dear are important, significant, and negative. And so similarly with the problem of nutrient loss, that there isn't a righteous path. So clearly there are many, but what are at least 3 of the threats to progress on action plans to address this wicked problem in Minnesota? And as I've said, and I won't repeat more than 2 or 3 times more, that single constituency advocates have to be less vehement to be valuable in addressing the conversations that need to be held. Second, the limited awareness or even acknowledgement of trade-offs, we have to get it behind us. And third, the cost of alternatives, which is quantification. We can't keep talking at each other with platitudes, even though the facts, and they're to some degree, alternate facts in this case, but the facts are uncertain because of the vagaries that we already talked about. But we have to be prepared to quantify our choices and decide how to use the resources that we have to get the most benefit for the most people for each dollar that we spend against the problem. And so at some risk to my relationship with the government, governor, I'm going to use the $500 million that was recently announced as a way to think about this idea of costing out and quantifying our alternatives and deciding. And the question that I would have everybody in the room ask of themselves, if I had $500 million to spend to address nitrates in the water in Minnesota, how would I spend it? Everybody prepared to do that? I'll just call on 4 or 5 people to give their answers. So all I know is what's in the newspaper, and I know there's many more nuances. This is a joint state and federal, and it comes with certain strings attached. I'm unfamiliar with all those. I only know what I've read in the Star Tribune. $500 million, 60,000 acres. Okay, so 60,000 acres is 1/3 of 1% of the tilled land in Minnesota. Let's assume that we take out the right 60,000 acres and that land contributes nitrates to our water at 3 times the level of the average land in Minnesota. So we'll say this is the triply dangerous land. So this 60,000 acres, carefully selected, would get rid of 1% of all the nitrates in the water in Minnesota. No one's going to throw back a different fact set. Okay? 60,000 acres, 1/3, but it's the triply most egregious of the land because we've selected it carefully. So we remove 1% for $500 million. Our goal, our vision is to remove 45%. If this is the tool that we use, if it were the only tool, it would cost nearly $23 billion to meet our goal. And so we would have to ask ourselves, as we look at the costs of alternatives and array our choices, how would we spend the $500 million? So talking about change, and essentially this discussion that has to go on in this state for us to achieve first our 25% reduction goal and ultimately 45%, is a change in our collective behavior. And this is a formula I have no pride of authorship. It was shared with me a number of years ago, and I found it very applicable to a lot of thorny problems that I've faced. The D is dissatisfaction, okay? So most things don't change until enough people are unhappy enough. So the level of dissatisfaction times the vision of the ultimate outcome. Where are you taking me? Where are you taking us? What is the end of this movie that we're being asked to join in? Times FS, the first steps. What are the quality of the first steps? Are the first 2 or 3 things that we're going to do, are they really actionable? Are they plausible? Do we think they lay the foundation for making meaningful long-term improvements in the problem? Must be greater than R, which is the resistance to change. And I think the governor spoke to that in his opening remarks. But before we think about the resistance to change, which I actually find to be relatively low when I meet with farmers one-on-one, you have to divide resistance to change by trust. So if trust is complete, i.e. 1, it doesn't raise the resistance. But if there's an absence of trust, let's say there's 50% trust, it doubles the apparent resistance. And I think some of the media stories reflect a resistance that doesn't exist all by itself, but it's a resistance that's turbocharged by trust. So how do we fix our problem? I don't think we need to work harder on being unhappier. I just never wanted to work for an energetic pessimist. It just I think we're plenty mad. Okay, so let's leave D out of this. I think the vision is okay, but I think writing the end of the movie with a little more detail would help us overcome resistance to change. I think working on the quality of our first steps is important, but I also think building trust between the farm community and urban consumers, MPCA, the FDA, and Commissioner Frederickson. I think there are things that we can do to lower the perceived resistance by being thoughtful too about what are areas where we can build trust as a way to help solve this problem more quickly. How do decisions get made? One of the other learnings I've had is that if you frame any argument in its extremes, it disrobes the righteous, because somebody that's going to cling to either end of the continuum that exists for every thorny or wicked problem is quickly going to be disrobed as somebody or a view that's not helpful to solving these wicked problems. And so to think about this line on the far left, the most extreme view would be that somebody felt that we have a right to a water quality that can only be achieved if we returned our landscape to 100% perennials. Okay, that's the extreme view on the left. On the right side is the most extreme view would be, if I hold title to this land, I can farm it as I darn well please. And I think everybody in this room, and my guess is the people that are watching, believes that neither of those is the solution to this wicked problem. And so no matter what the governor does, his X is going to be in the middle, and as he pointed out, the buffer bully is going to be criticized from both directions. And that's true for anybody else that takes a leadership, whether it's the leadership of a producer group that finally comes out in favor of where we collectively as the state of Minnesota place our X on this line, where the X is, who's going to pay for it, what's the timeline on which it's going to be implemented. Wherever we put the X, audiences on both sides of that positioning are entitled to a full explanation of why we chose the spot that we did. And I think it's important going into that, because it won't be just the governor, it won't be a single leader, that it will take hundreds of leaders' voices to explain in both directions where we put the X along this continuum between two obviously extreme views. Next, in the discussions and the meetings I've been a party to, what I found, one, we already talked about a reluctance to do quantification, especially in the presence of imperfect information, and we need to overcome that. But the second thing is we need to realize that as we increase our expectations for removal, that the cost of that removal goes up exponentially. It's curvilinear. And so the example I'll give is from my own experience. Cargill operates meat processing plants in different jurisdictions, and we have some that have 15 part per million requirements for our water, and others have 10. And we don't put a lot of effort into fighting that, because the cost to go from 15 to 10 is down along the area where the line is relatively flat. But then the belief becomes, well, gee, they didn't complain about being taken from 15 to 10, let's go to 8. But the cost of going from 10 to 8 is 3 or 4 times the cost of going from 15 to 10. And you can look back in the history of our country as we got rid of sulfur dioxide. If the standard would have been 0, none of us would have electricity that we could afford. But an overwhelming majority of the sulfur dioxide was removed to all of our benefits. But perfection wasn't sought, and we stayed along this cost of removal curve that was affordable to people as well as enormously helpful to the environment. And so I think this problem needs to bear the curvilinear nature of removal as we think about where to set our goals and how rapidly we try to get there. Just 2 slides to finish. I think another part of getting this done is to make every Minnesotan feel accountable. And I keep this for a host of issues where the tragedy of the commons take place, is no raindrop takes responsibility for the flood. And as I tried to personalize this for this topic, for years I had a rotary fertilizer spreader and took no accountability whatsoever that every prill of fertilizer that was on my driveway and on my sidewalk went into the Mississippi River. It clearly didn't grow any grass. And I think that, repeated by 5 million citizens, can make an enormous contribution, not just to the amount of nutrients that are in our water, but also to the sense of a shared value that needs to surround this issue, that every single person is guilty and has an opportunity to make a difference. And the last one, before the question and answer, is How many people remember Cool Hand Luke? Yeah. Jason Robards talking to Paul Newman. What we have here is a failure to communicate. And so I think, or I would hope that we don't have that failure to communicate as we collectively deal with this wicked problem. And look forward to taking your questions. Thank you.
All right, time for some questions. Now, those of you here in the audience, if you have a question for Mr. Page, wave your hand. Sarah will get a microphone to you. And of course, if you're listening to us online, go to Twitter and send in your question, and we'll get to as many as we can here as time permits. Fair to say, Mr. Page, that in your mind anyway, public awareness is really the key to this problem. That, you know, until people get fired up, basically, not a whole lot can get done.
Yes, and awareness without some degree of education, some learning effort that's put forward to give context to that awareness, that heightened awareness without heightened information and context for the problem will probably
Facts matter.
I refuse to be baited. I believe information matters, and I think we also have to be careful. As I said, there's a lot of uncertainty. In my 3-ring binder, have a view about the cost of removing 1 pound of nitrogen through buffer strips that range all the way from $9 per pound removed to $38. Okay, neither of those people are wrong. It may have been in different climatic conditions or whatever. And so in this case, hard facts, cold facts, irrefutable facts can't be it, but having context and a range and a sense of the alternatives. The absolute number is less important, in my opinion, in some of these best management practices than their ordinal ranking, so that we spend our first dollars wisely against the most efficient ways to take out a pound of the nutrients that are harming the Gulf, as Governor Dayton outlined. And so I do think facts, even if they're somewhat imperfect facts but are directionally correct, are really important to this discussion.
You think most Minnesotans are even aware that there is a problem with water?
I think it's really uneven. If you're on a lake where the quality of outdoor activities that you're enjoying hasn't been impaired, this is probably, if we stood outside of a supermarket in the Twin Cities, the range of people, tell me 5 things you're worried about, tell me 10 things you're worried about. You're going to have people for whom this wouldn't make the top 10, and you're going to have people who have been directly impacted who are outraged. And so that makes the problem wicked as well. There's a very uneven sense of personal injury.
Who should take the primary role, lead in trying to deal with water quality issues? Government, private industry, individuals trying to act on their own?
I would not ordinarily rank them. If you tried to think about solving this problem relying only on one, if you relied only on individuals, how do they mobilize the science, the research, the resources to do this? If you relied solely on the efforts of individual farmers, the burden would fall unevenly and potentially unfairly. And if you relied solely on government, I think the ability to translate science and information into something that fits for every county in Minnesota would be very difficult. Clearly, what has to happen in the Red River Valley or in Wilmer is very different than if you went to the farms in a 60-mile radius around Rochester. That Minnesota is not one geological place. That is one thing I've learned in 18 months, and the solution needs to have enough flexibility built into it that is reflective of the soil type, the topography, the rainfall patterns, and if we don't do that, we're going to squander our resources. That a dollar spent with a broad brush policy is going to be less well spent than one that reflects the unique needs of different counties, different soil types.
Given the complexity, do we need a water czar? Is our effort too fragmented?
I have put my application in and I'm waiting to hear back. I mean, the lady in San Francisco said I was a know-it-all, so. I don't. I think that you need ownership by a lot of different constituents, but I think at a level of a subset of the legislature, clearly the governor's administration, you know, that combined with the big producer groups in Minnesota, I think private industry has a role to play in it. We've seen, and there are people here from Land O'Lakes today. I see huge opportunity in having more of our state farmed using the information that's possible through precision agriculture. Today, we don't even know what % of our land is farmed under the disciplines of precision agriculture. And so the amount of knowledge we have about behavior, if we had to go, or I had to say to the governor today, we have this many acres that has stopped doing fall fertilization. We have this many million acres that have come under precision agriculture. We have this much variable rate fertilizer application. We don't even know those things. We know they're great behaviors. We know they'll be contributory to the bigger problem, but we have not yet created a collective census of agriculture or practices in Minnesota to know, are we moving the needle? Are we changing our behavior? We have lots of stories we can write about demonstration projects and anecdotal behavior, or groups of 6 or 8 or 10 farmers in a given micro watershed that are doing unbelievable things. And we don't want to stop any of that. We have 20 million acres, and we need to change our behavior on many of those.
Well, as you've talked to, you know, people around the state, groups and so on, do you get the sense that progress is actually being made, or is it so fragmented again that who knows?
It's probably closer to who knows, but I would have said just from the sheer number of projects that are going on, from the number of people we know from our own experience as an ag company, and I'm sure Land O'Lakes and others know from their experience that have purchased the equipment to do side dressing, that are doing deep band fertilization. So you can look at the equipment that's being bought, sold, and used, and the practice of our various input providers, that things are changing. It just, we need to pick up the pace and to make it more pervasive. But absolutely, there's so many easily observable demonstrations that big capital is being put behind addressing this problem by farmers.
If you have a question for Greg Page, raise your hand here in the audience and we'll try to get a microphone.
We've got a few.
Okay.
First, thank you for being here. We really appreciate your interest and attention to this. One dilemma that I've noticed is that for the last 80 years, there's been dramatic examples of problems that have surfaced and responses. We had the Dust Bowl back in the 1930s, the creation of the Soil Conservation Service. Aldo Leopold wrote Sand County Almanac and the Land Ethic back in the 1940s. The Clean Water Act was passed 55 years ago. Here we are, 2017, and we have problems that, at least if you look at Leopold's analysis, we had much more aggressively addressed at one time back in the 1930s. And they're coming back to haunt us. What, if anything, should we learn from the fact that we've invested billions of dollars in education and we still are struggling to try to achieve the level of adoption of practices that are necessary to address the problems?
Okay.
And the phosphate, nitrate, other problems seem to be greater today than they were 20 or 30 years ago.
Mr. Page?
So a lot of pieces to the question. I think one, a lot of other things have changed. Clearly, the amount of rainfall we have, the nature of our agriculture from a mixed agriculture, small farms, pasture-based dairying that has gone away. And so at the same time, each of the things that you mentioned has changed. There have been numerous other changes, some of them driven by economics, some of them driven by science, the ability to produce incredibly amounts more food from a given acre of property. the university's done some great work. If you go back to the 70s and look at the improvement in yields and the quantity of nitrogen actually spread on the land, I think the number's close to 40%, that we're producing a bushel of corn with close to 40% less nitrogen than we did before. So depending on which statistics I wanted to choose to prove a point, I could say our problem seems worse than ever, or I could say that we are 40% more efficient in the conversion of nutrients, nitrogen, into usable foodstuffs. And so I think it points to the circle. I had whatever, 15 or 18 items. There are probably 50 that could be put on there, and we could take what has gone on from the soil bank era, and we could map each of those. And every one of those changes had an upside to them. I grew up, my dad was a John Deere dealer, and in a time when to support agricultural prices, we had the soil bank, and that would have been during my junior high and high school era. The soil bank was a good thing for stabilizing grain prices. It was not a particularly good thing for a John Deere dealer. And so there were consequences to each of those choices. Later, there were other reactions. Clearly, there's been a dialogue in this state about what's the right size for a biofuels industry and which crops should we use to produce it. And so I wouldn't answer your question with a glib response, but for every one of those factors that you mentioned, there have been reactions by industry or by governments or by individual farmers in response to the economics that surrounded those decisions. You combine that with the enormous change in the science of agriculture, and it just points to the issue why a single czar probably doesn't have a skill set to deal with this problem, not only today, but as we go forward and things evolve.
A reminder, you can send your question in on Twitter as well, wherever you may be listening to us.
You'll get your answer the same way, but you can go ahead and do it.
And in fact, speak of the devil, here comes a question. What is Cargill doing in Minnesota to encourage perennial cover?
I'm going to take the escape route of retired people that what they're doing today specifically. I think the bigger issue, and I think it's not just Cargill, but an enormous number of people, be they the equipment suppliers, the input vendors, the agronomists that try to make the best use of it, is if we don't raise the productivity of the land on which we grow our food, given that there's a growing population, if there's no increase in productivity, there will be enormous deforestation somewhere. And I'll try to illustrate it. Yesterday I was interviewed by Jacob Bunge, who's a writer, an ag writer for the Wall Street Journal. And he asked about the seeming unfairness of commodity prices and how countries like the Ukraine and Argentina and Brazil have taken away our export markets, and that's what's led to the prices that are now being absorbed here. And so I think his question was in the context of some of the things that are being said by the new administration about trade and the unfairness and that America first. And he kept pushing on it, and I said, well, let's just go back and look at the facts. The United States, since is basically exporting about the same amount of foodstuffs, if you look per gram of protein or calories, as we did in 1980. So the world's food consumption has gone up over 70% since 1980. And the U.S.'s exports have done are unchanged. And so if Brazil and if the Ukraine and if Russia and Argentina had not increased their production, there would be a lot of extremely hungry people. So he wanted to portray it as somebody done something to us. He said, have American farmers been treated unfairly by international trade? I said, let's turn it around from the perspective of the people that are buying that food. If the U.S. had gone for the last 35 years as we have and not increased the total calories that we export at all, how would we have fed the 2.5 billion more people? And so I would give a somewhat similar answer, that these are complicated issues. But if you're an environmentalist and you're not in favor of raising the productivity of the land we're already farming, then in a world with a growing population, you are sentencing a whole lot of trees to be cut down. It's that simple. There's nothing righteous about encouraging what I call medieval farming or some of these other food fashions that have emerged. If you take those chickens, fine, cage-free, we produce cage-free eggs, but we know full well it takes twice as big a building per chicken, which is twice as much steel, which is twice as much coking coal to make the steel, and it takes about 70% more electricity to keep the chickens comfortable in that house. And so, fine, do what you want, but if we make agriculture less productive, to me that is the least environmentally responsible thing we can do if you looked at the globe holistically.
Bottom line, do we have to accept the idea that if we're going to raise the food we need, we're going to have to live with dirty water? We just
No.
can't put up
No.
with both of them.
No.
We can't have both of them, I should say.
It's the tyranny of the ore. If you want to have the kind of water you would get if 100% of Minnesota was in perennials, okay, if that's where the governor or the legislature or the citizens who ultimately control the power to shape that X, if they place their X way to the left, it will have enormous consequences for the environment elsewhere, is what I'm saying. And so, to the question you really asked, which is can we have both? Yes, if we pick in the right spot. There are best management practices that can be deployed on the right acres. I'm going to say something now that'll probably offend people, but my guess is there's at least 3 or 4% of the land in Minnesota that's being farmed today that if you were using the tools of precision agriculture, the message that would come out of it is you're making no money on that 3 or 4%. Second, I think it would say that those acres probably have, in many cases, a disproportionate contribution to the problem we're discussing today. And so I think you can both raise the profitability of farming, and particularly if people are incentivized to take those less productive but more contributory to the pollution problem acres out of production, you can get both. You can.
Do we have the capability of identifying those places where best practices
Yes.
are practiced, and the capability of sharing that with the rest of the people in the state of Minnesota?
Yes,
And are they interested?
many of them are, which isn't the question. Are enough of them? And I think the tools exist to get to in 18 months, I've come to believe that getting the first 25% out and not succumbing to the tyranny of the ore, we can either have productive agriculture or we can have clean water. That is doable with the things we already know. Getting to 45%, we need to learn more, know more, and be smarter. But let's get started on the first 25%. To the first questioner's comment, some of the problems we're seeing are cumulative problems. These things have built up over a long time. They're just manifesting themselves now.
Another Twitter question for you, Greg Page. What about shifting the focus, our focus, to prevention and reducing subsidies paid for intensive crops?
I got to have a name with that question. No. I think we talked about the 3 ways you can change people's behavior. You can just, you can by edict say you can't do it or you must do something. And the second is to incentivize or discourage it. And clearly a case can be made that in some cases the decisions of federal farm policy has encouraged crops to be grown on land that under a different set of economic inputs would not be farmed. And so it would be hard not to say yes to the question. But it's another one of those where on the continuum of should the government have absolutely no role or it should have a complete role in the determination of incentives and discouragements. And so the answer to the intellectually honest answer to that question is yes. If you want cleaner water, you should be careful not to be sending signals that incent or at least don't discourage the creation of it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Page. You recently made a presentation at K-State University with regard to the impacts of climate change on the future of agriculture. Can you think of a single water quality or quantity problem that can't be made worse by worsening climate? And if so, what do we do about that?
I believe in the more likely than not, and the second thing I've spent time on to the question about climate change is working with a group called Risky Business about how to think from a business perspective about possible climate scenarios that we would face. And I've come to believe that we are more likely than not, without getting into anything of whether it's man-caused or not, but we are more likely than not to confront a set of weather patterns in the next 25 years that are going to cause agriculture to have to change its behavior if we're going to persist with the population growth we have and to feed them affordably. So the answer is all of these things will become more challenging in the presence of the kind of weather we're likely to have. The big one being, on the plus side, we're likely to get more moisture in the middle latitudes. The downside is we're going to get it in fewer events, and we've seen that in some cases. So the percentage of our rainfall that comes in a 4 or 6 inch storm versus what we would have seen in the last 40 or 50 years, in my opinion, is more likely than not to increase. And so I think, simply put, the issue in that kind of a hydrological environment, that a farmer, he gets to ask himself, or she asks themselves the question, would I rather store water in my soil or on it? And I think most people would say, I'd rather store it in my soil. And so I think the whole issue of organic content and a host of other tillage practices and other things are going to come to the forefront as a result of what I think is the more likely than not weather pattern we're going to see here in the middle latitudes. But to your question, I believe the kind of weather, the kind of climate we're going to confront, maybe not those of us of our generation, but certainly our children are going to confront, is that it's their job of farming responsibly is going to be made more difficult by climate change.
Twitter question from Duluth. If the voluntary approach that's been in place for 40 plus years yields too little progress, what needs to happen?
I don't even think need. I don't think we should put it as need to, and I'm not going to choose sides. But we're a democracy, and I think if we, and the we now is the small we agriculture, food companies, whether they're merchandisers and processors or input providers, that if we insist on continuing the status quo very much longer, we'll be told what to do. And so I think that, are we more likely to make the nuanced, clever decisions to best spend the money to address this problem by taking on this task, or just standing here until the level of dissatisfaction in that formula gets so big that we are run over by the outrage of the consumers that buy our products? And to me, those are the two stark choices that we face. And so if we don't do this, it will get done to us.
Have we reached a point where a kind of triage is called for? Let's protect and preserve the clean, pristine waters of the north, clean up what we can across the rest of the state, and just admit that some of these lakes, some of these are just beyond repair, and put our money, put our energy into what we can more easily save.
I don't have granular enough knowledge to say that there is a given area in Minnesota that's beyond repair. I would really hope that's not true. I think it would be a mistake to say we're going to take all of our resources and focus in 5 areas. I think the slide of the raindrop hitting the pond is one we should take to heart. I think there should be an action plan in the Crop Improvement Association in every single county. And I think the solutions are going to be different in every county, but I just don't see that the way to enlist 5 million Minnesotans is to say we're just going to put all of our efforts into these certain watersheds. I think we need broader ownership to the problem. It may be politically silly for me to say that, but I think economically it's very sensible. There's low-hanging fruit in every county.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead, please.
How do we go about generating discussion on actual tax policy versus the extreme, the ideology or the extreme, the tyranny of extremes, where there's no tax increase, or the extremes there, where an actual tax policy will look at lessening taxes where you want to encourage a behavior and raising taxes on a behavior you want to discourage.
I don't have any skill set or perspective about using tax policy and how it would go about it. I think clearly, as evidenced by the opportunity of collaborating with the federal government and the program announced recently by the governor, that my guess is many of the first steps are going to be to encourage, incentivize the behavior that we want. It may emerge that there will be taxes on activities we want less of, but I'm not here to espouse those. I'm here to espouse that agriculture collectively needs to take on this task and demonstrate a shared value around water quality and start doing the things in our individual circumstances on our own individual soil types that make progress against this. If it finally devolves into a heavy taxation of certain behaviors or certain inputs, that's for another day, but I'm certainly not here to advocate for that.
How long do we have to wait to make a decision like that, where you would say, okay, time to drop the hammer?
I would have said that if we as small we agriculture have not made demonstrable improvements in our collective behavior within 3 or 4 years, that we should expect that the telling us how to farm is going to intensify.
3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I think the actual outcomes, the benefits to the environment will not show up within 3 to 4 years, but we have to change our behavior first, and many of these have long tails on them. But the way to demonstrate that you have a shared value with the people that swim in these lakes or fish in these lakes is to actually change your behavior and to report back to people that you've actually done it in a collective way. And I think if we don't do that meaningfully within 3 or 4 years, the tide of sentiment in the legislature will swing further against this localized, nuanced, industry-led solution to this problem.
Let's get another question from the audience here.
You just kind of addressed my question with the time frame of agriculture changes where that would be requested, disproportionately of the agricultural community. I appreciated your every drop of water. It adds to the problem, common constituents in agriculture. I just wondered what your thought was, again, on the time frame of those changes and more government regulations on agriculture, given the increase in pesticide and fertilizer application over the last couple of decades, Roundup Ready beans. So at what point is there a
You don't want to pick on me about Roundup Ready.
No.
Just don't start that.
Okay, I'd leave Roundup Ready.
You're giving an alternative fact to these
okay,
people in this audience.
sure.
not
Fertilizer and pesticide increase in use over the last 20 years, and that increase correlated with the effects we've seen in the Gulf and in water quality locally and internationally. Just if you think it would be reasonable for disproportional pressure on the agricultural community as opposed to other contributing members.
I reject the premise of the question, because I think the amount of fertilizer being used per unit of production has gone down dramatically. The amount of chemical inputs per calorie or per gram of food produced has gone down. And so as the background for the question. But to be respectful from it, we have to continue. It's not enough. I mean, part of that is a prevaricator using statistics is that we're producing so much more food, and so the amount of inputs for what we create, we have become incredibly more efficient to everybody's benefit, from affordability to the amount of forests that are endangered elsewhere because people have to get their food someplace from besides Minnesota or the US. So there's more that we can do, and there are practices that are not universally adopted. So now from the clapping, I have some sense of the audience. I'm going to go further out onto thin ice. Two years ago, Governor Pence asked me to come to Indianapolis, and he had a summit on agriculture, and he asked me to talk about climate change and food security. and being a foolish man from North Dakota, I went. And the guy that spoke before me had the audience pretty wound up, and I got up there, and my prepared remarks clearly weren't going to land well. And so I simply asked a couple of questions. How many of you farm the way your dad did? And no hands went up, which is a clever way to ask people because they're not hand raisers in Indiana. and but then I said, how many of you know who the worst farmer in your county is? And all I could see was the tops of male pattern baldness all across. Everybody's head went down. And I said, I'm not going to ask you for the name. I'm just asking how many of you think you know who that is? Bunch of alligator arms. And I say it just because if we bring the practice of everybody to the level of the top 25 or 30% of our farmers, the amount of progress that we could make in the next 3 or 4 years on this problem, in my opinion, is significant. And what I said to that audience was, when I started in the animal agriculture business 25 years ago, there was a code in the countryside that how a man treated his animals was his own business. Okay? And that changed over the last 25 or 30 years, where if somebody does bad things to or with or not for his animals, people will go to a payphone, or they'll drop the dime and make a call to the sheriff, because it's no longer acceptable to say how somebody treats their animals is none of my business. And I just think we have to get to the same place with our soil and with our nutrients, where it is all of our business, because if we don't address that somebody's going to tell us how to run our farm and how to run agriculture. And my bias is they don't have the knowledge to tell us to do that in a manner that allows us to keep raising productivity. And that is the Holy Grail.
Mr. Greg Page.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your questions on Twitter. Thank you for your questions here. Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Gary. Please join us for lunch now in Oyot Hall. It's just across the way here. There are box lunches, and there is a couple of different options. One of them is vegan. If you requested a gluten-free or peanut-free meal, please ask one of the attendant staffs in the buffet lines, and they have a list of who requested those lunches. And please remember that here on the Morris campus, we have a zero waste facility, and all materials in your lunch are compostable. Be back in your seats by 12:40. Thank you very much.
All right.
How are you?
One down.
Yeah.
Is that okay? You
Yeah.
happy? Happy camper?
You know, I'm like on this text chain of logistics and the questions, like I have no idea. But I got a text from the head of the Board of Water Field Resources, and he said, this is great. And is this on radio? And he was like, I'm sitting next to a county commissioner, and he was so happy he made it to our drive.
Oh, are they? What are they made?
But that's, I mean, that's the other, right?
Take that off for lunch.
Please begin to take your seats. We're going to start the program up in just a moment.
I hope so.
Please take your seats. It's time to start the program.
Wow. It sounds like it. Okay.
Please take your seats so we can begin the program.
You want to keep the mic away there.
Please come in and take your seats. Welcome back, everybody. I want to thank Greg Page again for his keynote. Following on the theme of the food-water nexus, we have our first panel, and we're really pleased to be joined here by Pete Moulton, Director of Public Works in the City of St. Peter, Lauren Bigler, a corn and soy farmer, Holly Kovaric, District Manager with the Pope Soil and Water Conservation District, Nancy and Larry Graydon, dairy and crop farmers, and Becky Kienow, Director of Sustainability for Land O'Lakes Sustain. Please make sure to tweet your questions for the panel to Water Summit MN. Thanks.
And welcome back, everybody. Again, those of you here in the audience, of course, you can get your questions in too. Just wave your hand, and Hannah will, she's out there somewhere with a mic, and she will get it to you, and then we'll get your question for the panel as well. And particularly useful panel, I think, folks, because as the governor and Mr. Page made clear this morning, the point here is to come up with ideas, suggestions, models for people to say, hey, that seems to be working, maybe I should try that. Or it doesn't work, maybe I shouldn't try that. So maybe we can move the ball down the court a little bit on that. Let's start with you, Pete Moulton, if I may, St. Peter, right in the heart of farm country. You've had some tough issues to deal with, though, in terms of trying to keep the water clean.
We have. St. Peter's a town of about 12,000 people, and we have groundwater source. We pull our water from 3 different aquifers. The shallowest aquifer is subject to agricultural runoff. And so part of our ongoing process is making sure that the water's safe and clean. In 2008, our city leaders got together as we were looking at expanding our water supply and trying to determine what would be the best for the city in the long-term goals. Sustainability was at the front of what we wanted to do, and so we decided to evaluate the options that we could use for our expanding system, and we decided to go with reverse osmosis. The agricultural influence in our community is about 25% of our water has elevated nitrate levels. And so we couldn't just use that water and blend it and come up with a reasonable solution. And so one of the things we looked at was taking reverse osmosis, treating our water, and then being able to produce a high quality water, but also prepare our community for the future should other things go wrong with other aquifers or should we need additional resources there.
Holly, you have been out among them in Pope County working with landowners, farmers in your area, trying to come up with some solutions to their specific problems. Tell me a little about that, please.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about one of the priorities in our local water plan. Every county has a water plan, and within it there's priorities and objectives that you're trying to meet to address water quality resource issues in your part of the state. And for us, erosion and sediment control is one of the biggest concerns. Pope County is very diverse from the western side to the eastern side. We have a fair, about half of the county is very heavily irrigated. We also have some steep terrain with some hilly areas, grazing, but then we also have a lot of row crops going on in our county, so very diverse. But erosion and sediment control is one of our major priorities. And when we have unpredictable weather patterns, rain events that happen, it does cause erosion issues, which then can have effects downstream. Obviously we can't control Mother Nature or any of those weather patterns, but then that evolves into addressing and helping those landowners implement different practices on the landscape, like grass waterways, water and sediment control basins, grade stabilization structures. So they're like earthen dikes that are constructed on the landscape. The average person driving across on a road may not even notice that they're even in the farm field, but they are earthen berms with an intake structure that allows the water to be metered down, reduces the strength of that as it comes out of the tile line or the line that out of that sediment basin, and then in turn, there's some water quality benefits in getting sediment to stay on the landscape and the other nutrients that go along with that sediment. So that's a big thing that's been happening. One of the major practices we've been implementing. We have one area on Lake Minnewaska. Lake Minnewaska is the 13th largest lake in the county. And we did about 17 different projects in a treatment chain, working with about 5 different landowners and getting them all working on that same subwatershed to address a known impairment clarity issue coming in on that side of the lake.
Lauren, Larry, Nancy, you folks are farmers, and you've been very successful, as I understand it, implementing kind of innovative approaches to farming, right? Does it work? Can it work for all farmers or most farmers? Lauren?
Yeah, so on our farm, for about the past 4 or 5 years, our farm converted from what you would call conventional tillage or full field tillage to more conservation tillage, no-till, strip tillage, and vertical tillage, so different things. And I think there's different aspects of all of those that could be implemented across almost all farms. I think it's dangerous to say that there's any right way. Like Mr. Page said before, you can't be on one extreme or the other. But I think there's definitely bits and pieces that most farmers could take and implement into their practice, into their farming operations that over time can have a significant impact. So we've seen great impacts. I know there's always people on the one extreme that say that won't work. It won't work for our soil. And part of that is having the persevering. I mean, we've had failures since we made this switch from conventional tillage to conservation tillage practices. We've had failures, but you just have to learn from them and move forward and keep making tweaks year after year. But I think there's, pieces of what we do isn't right for our neighbor or somebody else. And, Minnesota is so diverse as far as agriculture, north to south, east to west. That's why I think making, any sort of regulation for an entire state is just not always feasible. But I think there's bits and pieces that can be implemented that can be effective across the state.
First of all, I'd like to thank whoever made that roast beef sandwich. That was good. Nancy and I started the CSP program several years ago, and the cover crop has really been a positive thing for our farm. We have some rolling land in Winona County, and the rye that we plant in the fall gets up about yay high and protects the soil over the winter. It's there again in the spring, and we can either no-till in it or till it. And the other thing that we do that nobody's talked about yet is we're in the cattle business. We have a lot of dairy cattle and actually sell milk to Land O'Lakes. And we grow a lot of alfalfa. So between the hay ground, the pasture ground, and the cover crops, it's pretty green out there in the fall and the spring, which has been a real blessing. The one thing we discovered that we didn't realize was the ryegrass oftentimes repels weeds, so the corn is cleaner without using near the herbicide that we used to use. And then the last thing I'll talk about is the pasture. The dairy heifers are on pasture in the valleys in the summertime when the grass is growing. And the pasture, I know the governor talked about buffers, and the buffers are great, but my son has a burning business, and if you don't graze or clip those buffers, and sometimes you can't because you can't get to them with a tillage or mowing equipment, cattle are a wonderful tool to keep that trimmed down, and otherwise you're going to get weeds and trees, and you have to deal with that, and that can get to be expensive. So if we do have buffers, let's try and manage them, possibly even run some cattle on them once in a while to trim them down and keep things clean.
Becky, Land O'Lakes, have you been fairly successful in promoting, kind of public-private partnerships on this issue of water quality?
Sure. Yeah, and first of all, just make sure that everybody is aware that Land O'Lakes is a cooperative that is owned by about 1,300 ag retailers and over 2,000 dairy members like Larry and Nancy. And we work very closely with these folks and helping with practices on the ground that will help increase productivity and minimize the amount of inputs. We have businesses that really, we're in a very unique position because we have businesses that really start from the seed that goes into the ground through our Winfield United group, and then a feed through the Purina business, and then our dairy foods with our butter and cheeses that everyone of you are, I'm sure, are familiar with. And having that span and having that viewpoint and being able to look at what happens across all of that, all the chain, we have the opportunity to really work directly with our ag retailers and farmers to help with some of these, with the precision ag practices that really help to make these improvements, and using data and technology that is out there today, which has come such a long ways. We're able to really assist and help with the decision making on the ground. And as of August 1st, I mean, prior to that, our CEO was very much, he's very much promoting of sustainability and very much engaged. And so much so that he thought it was so important for our company to help farmers that he established a new business unit called Sustain, where we're working specifically on conservation practices to help look at what are those opportunities to help farmers with conservation practices. And part of that, a year ago in May, we did announce our partnership with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture on helping to reach out to our cooperative network and work through that network to help educate on the program itself and the Minnesota Agriculture Water Quality Certification Program, and to, if farmers are interested and need to improve, then to basically help them with those services.
Let me ask each of you, if we just go down the panel here, do you think that voluntary efforts to keep our water clean up the polluted water we have, voluntary efforts enough, or does the government need to play a really significant role in taking care of the water? Pete, let's start with you.
I think it'll take a combination. Just in St. Peter's wellhead protection area, we've gone through a variety of different BMPs that we've tried with our farming.
BMPs, what is
Best
that?
management practices.
Okay.
With our farming community. And I think the farmers that have the depth of the long-term goals of what's going to happen have picked that up, while some have stayed maybe behind and not done as much as we'd like to. Government regulation, whether we look at it as positive or negative, probably is going to be needed in some effort in order to make the tail enders come along.
What do you think, Lauren?
I agree with Pete that it's probably, somehow a mix of all of that. I think more education is needed. I know Larry had touched on this, that we also have a custom business where we custom apply cover crops for people, and we also do custom strip tillage. And, when people asking us questions about cover crops and those sorts of things, it's come up a number of times, why I can't afford to pay for that. And my husband and I both say, well, there's CSP money, helps, cost share some of that sort of thing. And a lot of people aren't aware of those sorts of things out there. So I think, and Larry had alluded this before we got up on stage, that a need for education of just the resources and services out there that are available would be really helpful.
Holly, voluntary efforts enough?
I think that I agree with both of the speakers that have already talked, and that I think it'll take a combination of both. I have kind of a little bit of a unique background in that I did work for a watershed district prior to my time at the Soil and Water Conservation District. One wears a little bit more of a regulatory hat versus in the Soil and Water Conservation District world. We work with predominantly private landowners on voluntary implementation efforts. So I can, see both sides of it, and I think it will take a little bit of both. And I do agree with the comment about education. Our board, every Soil and Water Conservation District in the state has a board of supervisors. They are elected. Just like county commissioners and so forth in that process. And I think of it as like a grassroots type of, a lot of ours are farmers. And so they understand the resource issues and concerns. And, we need to do some additional education, PR, different types of, and we do some of these things at the Soil and Water Conservation District, having different plots and those kinds of things to talk about new and upcoming and emerging technology, perennial cover, different kind of cover crops, precision agriculture, those kinds of things. Because I think, the landscape has changed as far as technology. There's a lot of, even in the last 15 years, there's a lot of new tools that have enabled whatever industry you're in, but I see it in agriculture as well as conservation, to do our work in a more prioritized and targeted fashion, but also to be even more precise about the types of projects that we implement and where, and the benefits we're going to receive from those.
Nancy, Larry, are voluntary efforts going to be sufficient to get ahead of this problem?
I feel it should be voluntary with incentives.
I agree, and on that vein, I served on the Soil and Water Board for a few years after my dad passed, and I don't even understand it all. There's so many different agencies and organizations that have things to offer as far as incentives, and I think part of the solution may be to have a toll-free number or website where people could go and say, I have this on my land, I'd like to do this, and where they could find out whether it be the Fish and Wildlife Service, Soil Conservation Service, FSA, SWCD, which is Soil Conservation Service. Also, a lot of you folks maybe don't know all these terms. I don't know them all myself sometimes, but I think that there's things out there that we're not tapping into, and my son is meeting Monday with some people from the Fish and Wildlife Service about a prairie burn and expansion, and I didn't even know they did that. And I think I'm pretty well read, so I think there's ways that we can communicate and maybe advertise, maybe through Land O'Lakes, maybe through the governor's office, maybe put an ad in the paper. I know one time I was frustrated. My local SWCD person said, well, we can't, he called it coach. We can't coach people into what they should or shouldn't do. Well, I'm sorry, that's what we pay them to do. They ought to be helping us and steering us in the right direction and not worried about coaching or not coaching. I think we're all in this together.
But do you think, I mean, a lot of your fellow farmers, producers, would they be happy if somebody said, hey, Larry, here's what you ought to be doing?
Some of them maybe not. And I'm not suggesting that we tell them what to do. I'm suggesting that we tell them what's out there. And maybe when I go back, and when all of us go back, we ought to go back to our counties and say to our neighbors and to our, when we have a soil water meeting or when we have a get-together at the county, so sometimes we have a banquet, and somebody needs to get up and say, you know what, there's a lot of good things that we can do, and we need to do them, or like our previous keynote speaker said, it's going to get forced upon us, and let's do it ourselves first.
Beck, go ahead, Laura.
I don't know that it's necessarily that a lot of farmers, I think that's kind of a notion that's out there, that farmers are resistant to this, and I don't know if it's necessarily a lot of that, as what Larry just said, that we aren't aware of the resources that are out there, like people didn't know about CSP, and some of those resources are limited too. I know a lot of people that have applied for those and the money's gone. So I think there's a lot more demand for that than the resources that are there too. But I mean, there's things all over. Like he said, Minnesota Corn has grants for innovative practices in conservation. There's tons of things out there, and I don't think it's always that farmers don't want to adopt them. But on our farm, we were lucky enough to make the switch from conventional tillage to conservation tillage when corn was $7. We could afford to take that risk because some of these practices take different equipment. We invested in a strip till rig that was more than our house. I mean, the cost of it is just astronomical. So, when corn was $7, we could afford to take that risk. But now that corn is $3, you can't ask a farm. I mean, they can't always afford to change over a whole line of equipment and that sort of thing. So there's some of those factors that.
Becky, what do you think? Voluntary enough, or does the heavy hand of government need to come in here?
Well, I think we have a really good example in Minnesota of a voluntary program that is starting to get some real traction. And I certainly want to see that continue to grow and give it some time to work too. I think that's part of this. This is new. We need time to have some of these changes and practices implemented. But I think there's also another force or pull that's coming that has come probably within the last 3 to 4 years. And that's really coming through, customer demand, through food companies and retailers that are, hearing from customers about wanting more transparency in the food system. So, as far as at times that probably could be seen as de facto regulation because they are asking those questions of the companies they're sourcing from. So that's why you see many companies that are putting sourcing goals out there around sustainable sourcing of raw materials. So what you're really seeing is a change in the demand for products, and I'm all about letting the market forces, help with this, and we need to also encourage that. And I think between voluntary and developing markets for these products is key, really key to our success.
Larry.
Just a follow-up, I serve on an LID, a Lake Improvement District up in Crow Wing County, and we have a couple feedlots on that county that are suspected of causing some phosphorus, nothing proven. But I was talking to my board, and I said, we got some LID monies, and between the Soil Conservation Service and some of these other things, if we could piggyback that, the farmer could probably do it for nothing. And if that works, great. And if it didn't cost them anything. So I think if we can get everybody on the same page so that some of these things can be done without the farmer spending a bunch of their own money, which at $3 corn they don't have, $15 milk's not real good either, and then get the thing done no matter what the market is at that moment with some of the programs that are available.
So taxpayers should pay for that?
They already are.
How so?
Those programs are available and funded. I think they could relay that.
Holly?
So a lot of the programs that are being mentioned are in some way, whether it's federal funding, so we've heard CSP, EQIP, those are federal programs that are offered through USDA and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And there are, each year there's an allotment of funding that's available for certain priorities and practices and projects. And landowners have to apply. They have to apply for that funding to be able to implement those practices, and sometimes they don't get the funding in that round. I mean, that's the reality of the nature of things. Piggybacking does happen. I work for a soil and water conservation district, and we bring the state funding, the local funding. We work with the local county in bringing that all together to work with the landowners. So when we can, we piggyback federal with state funds to implement practices and projects. And I also sit on the Clean Water Council, which if you all remember here a few years ago, about '08, we passed the amendment that increased our sales tax. That sales tax money, again, is public dollars that goes to, a third of it goes for clean water, a third goes for like the Lessard Outdoor Heritage, and then there's parks and trails and the arts are a part of that. Those are dollars that are being invested as well into projects on the landscape. They come through offices like ours that apply on behalf of landowners that want to implement projects. And those projects are identified in the local water planning priorities. So we're not just doing, just anywhere. There are priorities and rationale behind what type of practices are being cost shared and incentivized for the landowner. And not only in the ag side, but also you get into some more of your urban areas, cities, municipalities. There are stormwater and projects that are being implemented there as well.
Pete?
When you talk about regulation, a lot of times one of the things we forget is that when we're working towards clean water, communities are often over-regulated related to water, sewer, storm sewer discharges. I certainly can feel for farmers when they discharge water to a drainage ditch. They have to get permits to do a variety of different things. But let's say that receiving water then goes to a community water supply like it does in St. Peter, and we have to double or triple our rates in order to treat that water. Instead of having one person complain, you're going to have 12,000 people complain, and that's where the political action will take place to make the change.
Well, this brings us to a key question, it seems to me. Who should pay the cost of providing clean water? Is it the farmer who should absorb that cost? Is it taxpayers in cities like St. Peter? Is it who should pay the cost? Pete?
Thanks for letting me go first, because then I think it's a joint effort. I mean, we all share in the final product, whether it's the river, the ocean, the drinking water, whatever it is, we all share in that. So there's got to be some kind of effort made on all parts to come to the common goal of sustainability.
Becky, what do you think?
Well, I just think back to the slide that Mr. Page put up there with the one drop, and that, you know, one drop isn't causing the flood. All of us are in this together, so we need to work together in partnerships and collaboration and resources to make it happen, to get the improvement.
Holly?
You know, as it stands today, there probably isn't enough public dollars to make happen everything that needs to happen to make all the water resources pristine, fishable, swimmable. So it is going to take, I think, from all levels, ownership from the individual at home doing things that don't you wouldn't think of as being huge, but you know, in your yard, you know, how you apply your fertilizer on your grass, how you're watering. You know, there are a lot of things that we can do as individuals that have an impact. Are there going to be some things that are going to need some public investment and dollars, incentives and so forth for landowners to do stuff? Yes, I think there is a part there, but I don't think there should be an expectation that that's going to make it all happen.
What do you think, Lauren? Who should be paying the cost ultimately for this?
I think they've said it best. I think it will be a collaborative effort between everybody.
Larry, do you think people are ready to see their taxes go up substantially? I mean, we're told just to keep up with the water system, water purification system, we're $11 billion behind. That's just in Minnesota. And that's just for water treatment. That's a lot of money, a lot of taxes.
I do not wish to pay for an antiquated water system in St. Peter. I'll tell you that right now. That's up to the residents of St. Peter. As far as the water that runs in there, if they can prove that the outlying producers, farmers, lawn care providers that probably apply way more per acre than we do, then that should be corrected. As far as sending me a bill at $3 corn or $15 milk, I might say, here you go, you milk the cows. So I think we got a ways to go before we make that call.
How far down the road? Now, Mr. Page said 3-4 years. If there's not significant evidence of significant progress, something needs to happen.
And he's probably right. He's a bright guy. I think that we might not see results in 3-4 years in the water system, but I do think that if we would get a normal couple years or even a drier cycle, you'd see some natural improvement. And as far as years, I would say I would extend it to 10. If you asked me for my opinion, I would say let's give it 10. And if we can't get this thing headed in the right direction, shame on us.
Yes, sure do. Come on in.
I would like to ask a question about septic systems. We hear a lot about runoff from farms, and we've heard mention about the municipal water system, but I never hear anybody even raise the question about septic systems in Minnesota, about the aging of them, the failing and failed septic systems, how do they contribute to the contamination in our groundwater, and the oversight and enforcement of the regulations that are already on the books for it that I personally don't see being followed. And I just wonder if there's ever been any study or any research or any documentation or even any inquiry into the septic systems throughout Minnesota, not just in not just on farms, but around lakes. Well, you name it. You know, it's septic systems are pretty commonplace.
Septic systems. Who's our resident expert here?
Well, I'm probably as close as you're going to get, but you know, ultimately our office doesn't deal with the regulatory aspect of septic systems, but our county, Land and Resource Management Office, and other counties very, very much like that do deal with this on a daily basis. So I'll just talk just a little bit on what I know. in relation to that. I am familiar with one of our watershed organizations in our county, it covers a part of our county, did do a watershed-wide inspection program of septic systems in that particular watershed. So those efforts are happening. I think I've also, within our county, there were a chain of 3 lakes that did a septic system inventory around those lakes. And again, looking for the imminent health threats, looking for those that need to be upgraded. And then the county did follow up with those in getting those septic systems that needed to be upgraded done and so forth. And I know that's happening across the state. Those are just 2 local examples I can give you. The other thing I would note is that in the county the ordinance, there is a provision for septics, and whenever any type of activity that's going to happen, let's say they're going to put up a building or those kinds of things, there's certain thresholds that would trip where they may need to update their septic system. Now, does that capture the person that doesn't do any building or doesn't do, it might not capture some of those, but the lakes where they found that it's a priority based on the studies, TMDL is an acronym. It means total maximum daily load. Those are the studies that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency are doing on area lakes, rivers, and so forth. And they identify where the resource concerns are and the types of things that we need to do to address them. And septics usually are a component on some of those. I'm familiar also with Osakis Lake, and in that case, I think it was about 20 to 30% of the septic systems then needed to do some updates. So those are just, a few examples from my experience.
Twitter question from Matthew, who wants to know, what role can businesses like Land O'Lakes play in letting farmers know about the programs that are available to them?
Great, thank you for that question. So we, as part of many efforts within our organization, reach out through our agronomists and work directly with our ag retailers to help educate them on new tools, products, and services that are available for them, and that, as I mentioned, the technology that is out there today. We have tools like R7, we use satellite imagery, we're overlaying crop productivity with yield mapping, so many different kinds of technologies, and this information works through our agronomists that we have as part of our businesses. And as I mentioned, our new Sustained Business Unit is very much putting together educational material around conservation practices and a new suite of tools that we are rolling out called Soil Vantage, which really helps look at how much soil you're losing and putting together the economics with that, and helping to educate farmers on really what are the consequences of the soil loss. So yes, working directly with ag retailers and farmers to help educate them on these opportunities.
The other side of the coin, Kate on Twitter says, what are the primary resources that farmers rely on in making their land management decisions? Laura?
We work with a crop consultant, so he helps us walk through the process of choosing all our inputs. We do grid sampling. He helps us with that across all our fields. Grid sampling? Yeah, so across all of our fields, we pull cores of soil and test for everything under the sun. I always say it's like blood work for your field, right? You test for every nutrient possible, organic matter, all of those things. So we have a crop consultant, because that is so much information. We have information coming out our ears. If you go to, farm expos and that sort of thing, they have talks just about data, and we have more data than we know what to do with. We have more USB sticks in our house than.
Okay, but I'm confused now.
Insane.
Get the Gradens in here as well. Now, you were saying earlier, Larry, you'd think it'd be a great idea if there was a kind of a place where people could call and get information about what to do. And you're saying, Lauren, information coming out of our ear.
We have information coming out of our ears about our own fields. About our own
So
fields.
in terms of new ways to look at things.
And what I think we were talking about before was different programs that are out there. So, you know, I'm saying that about our own fields. But we also, you know, so we utilize our crop consultant a lot. We also, I mean, for us, just with the different changes that we've made, our NRCS officer is a big part of our life. We're best friends. You know, I think it's almost, it falls back on the farmer too. They have to make the effort to connect and go seek out some of those resources too, so.
Larry?
We do have another audience question.
Let just a moment.
My dad always called you cash croppers, part-timers. Just had to throw that in. If you think agronomy soil sample is complicated, wait the hell till you see a manure management plant. We have, and they keep changing it. About the time you think you got it figured out, we take manure samples 3 times a year, and they'll change the rates that you're supposed to apply, and you fill it all out, and we have a sheet. Did you haul manure today? Which field? How many loads? What was the test? I mean, it's just complicated as heck, and that's one thing I'd like to see changed, and at least more generalized. Those manure samples are within 2% of each other for 5 years, so I don't think we need to take one every few months. But in our case, the agronomist, the feedlot officer, and the manure system is all what we do to monitor what our crop needs at a given time. And then I'll also throw in, we've been using a product called More Than Manure that stabilizes the nitrogen in the manure until later in the summer, and it also reduces odor. So there's some great things coming down the pike. And then the last thing I'll mention, if anybody wants to check out hordsdairyman.com, I got this issue on Friday. The USDA has come out with a system, a 3-part system to remove 99% of the phosphorus from manure, and does it like 250 gallons of manure every 10 minutes. It's going to be tested in a field trial this spring, and that could be huge.
Just to piggyback on that a little bit, I think there's a lot of, I mean, the technology, what the things that's driving now that farmers can use is huge, but we have to also get over the hump to where it's affordable for us. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody here from St. Cloud. There's this Ostara fertilizer. I kind of mentioned this before, but it's not activated by water. It's activated by growing roots. So if it would somehow wash away, it's not active. It doesn't activate in water, which is awesome, but it's also $900 a ton. So that's not feasible for us to be able to use. Would we love to use it? Absolutely. That would be awesome, but it's not feasible. So some of these new, that's why, you know, a few years, I wish we could give this a few years down the road, where if some of these technologies become more widely adapted and the prices adjust to where we can adapt that on our own farms, you know, or if there's some way we can expedite that, I don't know. But there's lots of cool stuff out there I know that more farmers would like to use, but it's the cost of it, yeah.
Let's take that audience question, please.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion. And if I may, this is more of a comment than a question, I guess. But the question you put forward earlier, Gary, about who should pay for it and how much is it going to cost, I think the $11 billion figure that you threw out there is unreasonable in that, first of all, if you were to apply that all to farmers, you'd shut down agriculture in Minnesota and you'd be importing all of your food. Secondly, I think it's unreasonable because I believe on that graph that Mr. Page showed us this morning, that would be getting us to the point where you're trying to get down to zero tolerance, and that's just not a feasible goal. So I think with a collaboration between farmers and government as incentivizing and as farm organizations and ag businesses such as Land O'Lakes and Cargill and other co-ops that we work with, that we can determine and target which land would be the most effective, which land is the most vulnerable, and therefore we could probably get by with a small percentage of that dollar figure you quoted and be quite effective in getting down to a level that the taxpayer is comfortable with. Keep in mind that, as my buddy pointed out here, farmers are taxpayers too, so they're going to be participating in this, but they can't share the entire load. So.
Okay. Thanks for the comment. Do you folks think that in general agriculture, farmers specifically, get blamed too much for the water quality problem that we have? Pete?
I do. I think they take a lot of heat for isolated incidents. And I think a lot of times they're the solution. We just have to figure out how to make one solution apply in different areas. And St. Peter's a good example of that. Even though we've got a nitrate issue related to that, we've probably got some of the smartest farmers doing a lot of really good things right in that same area that we're having trouble with. And it's not because they're not good farmers. It's not because they're trying to do something illegal. That's how the farming practices work.
So should the farming practices change?
It varies from my past experiences. I think tiling is out of control because there's not a lot of regulation in Nicollet County, where I'm from, on how tiling goes. If somebody applies and it's a ditch that they can connect to, they're more than welcome. And I can tell you when that water comes downstream, it multiplies.
Are farmers taking too much of the brunt of the blame here? Holly?
I think that, I don't know, I wake up in the morning and I listen to the radio. The first thing that comes on is usually the Linder Farm Network, and some of the things that you hear on the radio, some of the information that you see coming out from the media is of a negative nature. And I think, is there work that needs to be done? I think the answer is yes. And I think maybe the stories that we aren't hearing are the ones that are actually making progress. The stories you're hearing from the producers that are sitting up here today and the work that they're doing. And I also
but
think
the situation's getting worse, isn't it? We're told?
In some areas, yes. But, I can show that we do have areas where there is improvement that is happening for water quality and so forth on the landscape. So there are good things happening. A lot of new conservation is happening. There's more cover crops and perennial cover on the landscape. I mean, you drive around, you're seeing a lot of that more now. But I think there's also people are becoming further removed from agriculture. I'm a farm girl, grew up, born, raised on a farm, but there are fewer people that have that background that I was blessed to have. And so I think we have some hurdles here in educating people about, and we're talking more predominantly here on this panel about agriculture and that part of it. There's a lot of people that just don't understand agriculture. They don't understand cropping systems. They don't understand rotations. They don't understand different tillage practices because they just are unfamiliar with it. They've never been around it, and they just don't understand.
Lauren?
I would say, it's becoming, farmers get a bad rap, but I really think that it's coming. I mean, it's hard to get somebody to change. I mean, farmers, they're not set in their ways by any means, but it's well, not all of them. Not all of them.
Yes, we are.
But it's coming. I mean, I wish we could focus, we do custom cover crop application, and we doubled the acres that we did from this year to last year that we applied. Custom strip tillage, we did like 500 acres last year. We did 2,000 this year, and that's just us. But again, it goes back to that piece of equipment costs more than our house. So who's going to be willing to help somebody cost share in that? Again, like Larry said, it's not to be whiny, but just plain economics. At $3 corn, that's not always feasible to be widely adopted quickly.
And to dovetail into that, producers that we work with in our office, I mean, are often looking at, you know, what's their 5-year plan? What's their 10-year plan? Okay, well, I can build this basin this year because I can, you know, it's like infrastructure that they're putting on the landscape. And so it's what they can afford. At the end of the day, they're a business, and there's economics that apply.
Pete?
We're all businesses, though. Take a look at how cities and communities work. If we have wastewater or stormwater that comes off of our community, we're responsible for what comes out the end of that pipe. If the farm community would take a few years and step back and say, what's coming out of the pipe that I'm contributing to this flow, that's where the impact is. And I don't want to oversimplify that, but realistically, that's why we have a problem.
What do you hear when you hear that, Larry?
Two things. One, a few years ago in Winona, valve broke in the city of Winona. Page 3 of the newspaper, necessary bypass dumped, I don't know how many 100,000 gallons of raw sewage in the river, not a big deal, right? A week or two later, a farmer's valve broke and a bunch of manure got spilled, front page, actually 2 days in a row. And that didn't get even close to the river. So I think maybe things are getting better, but I think that as we have families and students come to our farm, there's a lot of educating to do, and we're doing a lot of things right. But you guys don't necessarily talk about the cat that didn't climb up the tree, if you know what I'm saying.
Becky, what do you think? Farmers get too much blame here?
Well, and you know, the percentage of acres that are in farming versus, you know, other acres, I'm certain, is what, you know, also highlights this, and there's been a lot of studies that have done. But obviously, urban also contributes to this with over-fertilization of lawns. Again, we talk about we're all contributing to the problem. We all need to be part of the solution. But I don't think any farmer ever wakes up in the morning and said, gee, you know, I wish I'd lose half of my fertilizer today. I mean, I just don't believe that that's happening. So I think there's a lot more to do around actually helping with the data that can help them make better decisions, and to really look at what's causing the problems as far as soil erosion and soil loss, and taking advantage of those tools to make better decisions. And I think that's the direction we need to continue to head, and not continue to point fingers, but figure out how do we come to the solutions to make the
Do you see what's happening as pointing fingers, or is it you know, kind of a legitimate effort to find out what the problem is and what should be done about it?
I think there's a combination of things going on, as we talked about earlier, and you know, again, going back to, I just really thought Mr. Page hit on a lot of things. You know, do we continue to have the discussion about the problem, or do we work together to really figure out what are the solutions? So I think there's a lot of opportunity, because we have technology has come so far. If you compare it, and you know, I think a lot of people know the progress that's been made in the medical field, and how medicine has come a long ways, and we all see that every day when we go to the doctor. Those same kind of advances have happened in agriculture, and we need to be pointing out where those advances are occurring. We need to educate more on that, and to help see that move in the direction of using those technologies to make better decisions.
Lauren?
I was just going to say, I think it's important to acknowledge too, at least for our farm when we made our switch, is that, you know, farming is so unique, unlike maybe some other businesses where a lot of times, family and business intersect. And farming is very personal to a lot of farmers. It's, you know, been in your family for 150, you know, years. And it took us a while to wrap our brain around, you know, we gathered information, and I mean, my husband thought about this for a couple, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and gathered information. So it's kind of a process too. I mean, you don't just all of a sudden decide one day, I'm gonna buy a strip till machine, or we're gonna put together a cover crop thing, and next year we had an entire soil management change of our farm. And that's not something you know, somebody here today is gonna say, oh, I'm gonna do that. And they're going to jump into it. We changed our whole crop protection program. We changed our whole soil management program. It's not something where you can just snap your fingers always, you know, and say, well, that sounds good. I'm going to do that next year instead.
We have an audience question.
Go ahead.
We've had approximately 45 years of trying to address the problems with point source pollution. And it's my understanding that the data indicates that 90% roughly of the problems in the rivers can be attributable to agriculture. This is the scientific studies and the sampling that's been done. We've had a great deal of discussion here about how everybody is recognizing that this is a joint problem that needs to be addressed with a solution that involves several different sectors, the municipalities, the consumers, farmers, urban people. But if point source is already being addressed, and that includes cities and sewers, and we're facing this problem of trying to have a level playing field, not just in Minnesota, but nationally and hopefully internationally, what progress are we making in terms of your respective groups in talking with the other players and coming up with some type of a solution that the American public can see represents progress?
Okay.
Because I think the time has passed when we can simply say, well, we hope in 10 years that something changes. There ought to be some steps that are occurring right now that we could point to.
Okay.
That would represent a model that
All
could
right.
be embraced.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody got any information on what is actually being done right now on a fairly broad basis? Becky?
Okay. Yeah, I can actually say that we are part of several different collaborative initiatives that work across the food and agriculture supply chain with different food companies, with the environmental conservation organizations, and working at really a national level. There's many national projects that are going on the row crop side of things through an organization called Field to Market, where we're looking at how do we take some baseline data around energy use, water use, soil and land use, and working with different growers to collect that data and then take that data and interpret it into what kinds of opportunities are there for you to improve, and looking at continuous improvement over time. There's over 115 different businesses and agribusinesses and NGOs that are part of that organization. That's happening on a national level. You have pilot projects that are happening in different states, working across the food and supply chain that involves farmers and retailers all across the chain. So I think you're seeing a lot more of these collaborative efforts, and that's an important step, because the linkages needed to be made along the way, and everyone along that way has to have a partnership and links in the chain that make it successful. So there are efforts that are occurring, and may not hear about them every day, but it is definitely gathering progress across the country.
Last question from Madeline coming in on Twitter, and I'll give this to our two farmers here. 3 farmers, I should say. As consumers, how can we support farmers who are implementing conservation practices, which you guys are?
I'll go back to Becky. We were at the Field to Market Sustainability Summit that was up there last year, and you said earlier that consumers are kind of pushing change by consumer demand, and maybe they can push some of these. We listened to one of the panels. There was sustainability managers from different companies that had these really lofty goals as far as sustainability. One of them was 0 waste, and I like, how do you even do that? Like, it was Walmart to have their goal was 0 waste, and I'm like, that doesn't even sound feasible. But nobody knows how they're going to get there. That was their comment. That's our goal, but we don't know how we're going to get there. And I don't know if consumers can push a little bit on. I don't, that's a good question. If they can affect some of the companies to buy in a little bit more to help farmers out, to implement some of these changes down the line. I don't.
Holly?
There are efforts that if you talk about private industry working alongside with producers, some of this is actually being done under the umbrella of the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program. working with producers to source feed sources for their animals, and then in a way where that feed source is produced in a way that is being mindful of water quality and those kinds of things. And then they're using that as a marketing tool for the general public. You know, this particular product has and was sourced and had, you know, the feed sources that were done by entities, individuals that were being mindful of water quality and produced in that sustainable manner, if that's making sense without not trying to say certain entities. But so that stuff is happening in the Ag Water Quality Certification Program, and working with Land O'Lakes and Department of Ag. Those efforts are happening and moving forward.
Graydon's, you get the last word. What should consumers do here to encourage farmers to move to more conservation-minded practices?
Two things. One, contact your representatives, senators, state and federal. Tell them to double the money they put into the ag programs, especially the USDA. They're doing some great things there, and if they had more money, they could even do better. And the second thing is, get your protein and your calories from milk and meat.
All right.
Thank you so much for all of your comments. Thank you for all your questions on Twitter and questions here. So it's going to take about 5 minutes to switch panels, and I'm going to ask that everybody doesn't get up and leave, but it would be a really great opportunity to stand up and stretch your arms and legs, introduce yourself to the people sitting around you, talk about what you thought was most interesting, and the next panel will start at 1:50. Thank you. Your seats. We're going to begin the program again. Please take your seats. We're going to begin the second panel now. Please sit down and we're going to begin. Thank you. Thank you very much again to the first panel. And I'm really excited to introduce this second panel. We're going to be switching gears a little bit and focusing on communities and the economic importance and burden of water. We're really pleased to be joined here today by Blaine Hill from the City of Morris. He's a city manager. Larry Crone from Otter Tail County, the coordinator administrator. Sorry, I just went out of order. We have Dan Shute, who's the district manager of Lake County Soil and Water Conservation District. Then we have Vernell Roberts, the utilities general manager from Detroit Lakes. And then we have Larry, sorry. And we have Ann Marcoux, the Aiken County Commissioner. Thank you all so much for being here. And please tweet your questions to us.
Tweet your questions in, and again, those of you here in the audience, raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you, get your questions in as our conversation continues. And Blaine, you're the home team here. Let me start with you. And I want to address this actually to all of you, but Blaine, I'd like to start with you. What are, in a nutshell, the one or two biggest challenges that you face trying to make sure that our water is as clean as it should be?
The first thing I would tell you is that when we use terms like cities and farms, you have to understand that they're all different. When you say cities, cities are all different. So in Morris, what we deal with here is some of the hardest water in the state of Minnesota. And in return, to be able to use that water, we probably put the most salt into our sewer system that goes into the river than a lot of cities in Minnesota. And so when we're talking about these issues, it's really important to understand that everybody has a different problem. We listen to St. Peter, where they have a nitrate problem, and they're trying to figure out where that's coming from. We don't have that problem here. So I don't have to worry about offending the ag community in Morris, which I'd never do anyway, but we are ag country here. But so everything's different. So the final thing I would say is that we impact water in three different areas. We take groundwater for our community, and then we have to treat it and use it. That groundwater goes through our homes, businesses, institutions, and it winds up in our sanitary sewer system that distributes that into the ponds that go into the Pomni-Terre River. And that's one of the major issues that we're working with right now is the chloride that's going into the river system. The last issue is that we have, and somebody mentioned it earlier, I think Greg mentioned it, putting fertilizer on his yard if he gets it in the driveway. When you get a 5-inch rain, the city of Morris gets washed and it goes into the Pomni-Terre River. That's where it goes. So we're now under a permitting process with the MPCA for stormwater released into the Pomni-Terre River. So it's not just sewer, it's also stormwater that we wind up dealing with.
Dan?
Yeah, I think I'm really fortunate to represent the northeast part of the state, some of the most beautiful areas and most pristine waters in the state and in the country. So a lot of what our work group up in that neck of the woods is looking at, we do have some known impairments and water quality issues that are important, and they make it easy to address the known problems. And then the other kind of intangible that we're just now in the last few years, there's been some really good efforts on how to get protection and preservation tools in areas that have really good existing water quality and keeping that there. You know, the adage of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the cure is probably more economically relevant when we're talking about water quality protection. And so I know Ann from Aitken's going to speak a little bit to the value of forested land, and that notion of what happens on the land is reflected in the water. And we have a great healthy forest by and large, and so we want to keep that intact, and we want to give folks the tools to make that own private decision. If we're talking about a private landowner, to put protection on their land going forward, and talking about development with local municipalities and local government units up there. So we're very much of a protection mindset in our neck of the woods. I think that's really important.
Vernell, the biggest challenge facing you over in Detroit Lakes?
Meeting regulatory requirements. 4 years ago, we went through a new permitting process for a wastewater treatment facility, and we were operating under a 1 milligram per liter phosphorus limit for years. And between the TMDL process and the water quality-based effluent limit process, they determined we need to go to a 0.066, which is a 94% reduction in the phosphorus discharge from our wastewater treatment facility. And when that came out 4 years ago, I looked at the MPCA and said it can't be done. There's no technology available to even get to that point yet. And we have come to realize and done some due diligence and some research finding that technology exists, but it's very, very expensive. And we're about to the 90% design point of a new wastewater treatment facility. It's going to cost Detroit Lakes $36 million. And when you take a look at the cost of that, the Public Facilities Authority has a threshold for what they deem to be affordable drinking water and affordable wastewater services. And it's about 1.4% of the median household income. When we get this done, we are going to be double what the affordability index is for wastewater services in Detroit Lakes to fund this facility to meet the requirements. Now, we're in lakes country. We understand the importance of water quality and high water quality and high lake quality. We get it. Tourism is a major function of our industry and our livelihood, and it's what makes Detroit Lakes great is our quality of water in our lakes. We get the importance of taking care of those resources and protecting those resources. But it's just the insurmountable cost of providing for that and the extremely low limit that we've been placed on. We'll have the lowest, if not the lowest, phosphorus limit in Minnesota and probably the upper Midwest. And the one thing I've done with the governor is I've committed to, if we get this process going and underway and operating, I want to be the model for Minnesota to show other communities that it can be done. There's will be a scale of the economy to build these facilities. The price will come down. It'll become more affordable, and we can protect our natural resources through our wastewater treatment processes. But we're going to need some help, and we got to get this first one done, use it as a model.
Larry, Otter Tail County.
I guess I'm the voice of county government here, but we appreciate your efforts. We're downstream.
You're welcome.
And really, my comments are more on the economic benefits of clean water. And I don't know if we want to get into that now or a little later on in the discussion.
This is fine.
Okay. Otter Tail County, west central Minnesota, we have 1,049 lakes of over 10 acres, the largest number in the state. We also, on those lakes, have 16,000 seasonal properties. It's a huge number. And that, the valuation of those properties amounts to 30% of our tax base. Let me give you an example. Pelican Lake, north of Pelican Rapids. The lakeshore on Pelican Lake right now is valued at $5,200 a front foot. And that lake lays in 2 townships. Those 2 townships have a market valuation of $840 million. The city of Perham, with all its industry, has a valuation of $262 million. So the value of those lakes with clean water it's huge. As I mentioned, that 30% of our valuation is based on seasonal properties. In terms of, I should ask, does anybody own seasonal property in Otter Tail? Okay, here we go.
Let the record show that we have a seasonal property owner right here on the panel.
That 30% of our valuation against our budget results in $11 million in income that our residents don't pay.
And,
basically subsidizes.
And biggest challenge is trying to save the forest, as I understand it. I think your mic is on already. You don't have to do anything. Yeah. Just hold on. Push it in and hold it for a second. And you should get a green light.
Yep. Yes, Aiken County, 1.1 million acres. We're one of the largest counties in the state. We have 365 lakes. We have 500,000 wetland acres, 220 county-managed forest lands, and 320-some thousand state-managed forest lands. So we are definitely upriver. We have 110 miles of the Mississippi River in our county. So when Governor Dayton held up that sheet from the PUC that came out just this January talking about the Mississippi River and the value of what we have, that is the topic that I think has not been discussed. I think that I'm on the Mississippi Headwaters Board just recently, and part of what I've been learning is just the impact of what we can do with our forest land as far as filtering the water through the Mother Nature's gifts. And instead of using phosphorus or any other means to take contaminants out, we have the treasure of the forest in order to do that job for us, and I just don't think we're using that resource. Dovetail Partners did a study in 2012 on growing forests for water, and what they talked about was in New York they have 60% of their state is forested land. I don't know that we're at that level or if we're more, but I know we're pretty dang close to that. So in saying that, they decided instead of spending $3 billion to come up with a system that would require chemicals to make our water clean, they're going to use their forest. They provide to 9 million people 1.2 billion gallons of fresh, clean water to New York every day. And we don't even have that many people in Minnesota. We have a treasure up there in Mississippi River, and we just need to learn how to use that resource to the best of our abilities.
We've not, it was pointed out to me, and accurately so, we've not mentioned the word health yet today. Do you folks hear anything about, your water, by golly, I'm worried about my kids' health, or is that something that, does that ever come up, or is it purely a matter of economics? Dan?
Yeah, I can speak a little to that on the shores of Lake Superior. I mentioned we have very few impairments on the North Shore. One of those is an E. coli impairment in the creek that runs through the city of Two Harbors. It's a huge concern for the constituents of Two Harbors. It's an economic concern because it's kind of a black eye on the community. That does result in E. coli postings at the two beaches in that community. And I think there's been a political change in the winds, and I think both the municipality and the county and the Soil and Water Conservation District are really interested in working together to tackle that. To me, it's one of the most glaring errors. I mean, there's streams that are impaired because the fish that should be aren't there. The biological index isn't being met. But when we take a step back, it seems like those are some of the most glaring problems we have on the North Shore, some of those bacterial, and they're solvable. It's a big detective work, and it's expensive, but that's a solvable issue that we know we can get better on.
Burnell?
A lot of us in Minnesota are spoiled when it comes to quantity and quality of water. In Detroit Lakes, we're pretty fortunate. We've got some artesian-fed wells. We've got pretty good water. Southwestern Minnesota struggles, and there's other parts of the state that struggle just to find adequate supply of drinking water for their communities. When you reach into the health thing, if you remember a year ago or over a year ago, the Flint, Michigan thing came to the press as pretty good, and the issues that Flint, Michigan had with the operations of their system and changing water sources and the problems that came with that. And one of the things that most communities do to prevent copper and lead leaching into drinking water is the add of polyorthophosphate, and that's a way to coat the inside of the pipes, and it protects the people that drink the water and use the water from leaching copper and lead in household plumbing and water distribution systems. The interesting part of adding polyorthophosphate to drinking water is it also goes to the wastewater treatment plant. And right now, to meet our mandated amounts of polyorthophosphate for corrosion control per the Department of Health is 23 times the amount of phosphorus I can discharge on my effluent and my wastewater treatment facility. So when we think about the health benefits, we also have to weigh the health benefits versus the environmental benefits of what we're doing. And I'm a full advocate of protecting our drinking water supplies, but I think as we evolve in protecting our waters, well, we need to find other ways and other methods of providing good quality drinking water and what we put in that water for sustainability for our communities.
Who should be paying for cleaning up and preserving our clean water? Blaine?
I'll go back to what I said in the beginning. We have to understand that you can't just take everything at face value and say, your city, you have a problem, you got to fix it. Because everything is different in every city. You just heard him talk about what's happening in his city. And in our case, I'll give you an analogy. If somebody came to you and said, you have to replace your car, and you hadn't made the last payment on it, would you be very happy about that? Probably not. You know, that's our case with our water treatment plant. We have a water treatment plant. It's there. It's working. The citizens are paying for it. But now a new standard comes out, chloride, that we have to deal with. And it's not a water plant issue in the beginning, but working with MPCA. And I might just add that one of the tactics that we took was to not fight with the MPCA, but to work with the MPCA to find a solution. And then that solution that we found, I mentioned the salt going into the Pomni Terre River. It's understood you cannot solve that problem at the wastewater treatment plant. You cannot take the salt out there. But what you can do is you can soften the water at the plant that you get your water from. And that's our solution. That's what we're looking at. But we already have a water treatment plant. So how do we pay for a new water treatment plant? That's where you partner with the state. The governor mentioned the bonding bill and the $167 million of money for public infrastructure. We're one of the projects in there because our water rates are going to double in the city of Morris to pay for a new water treatment plant when we already have one, whereas maybe we pay some of it, maybe the state pays some of it, and we find a solution to that problem that we have. But if you came back to us and said, it's your problem, you have to pay for it, we didn't know about it when we built the first water treatment plant, there's no way to fix it at the wastewater plant, you know, what are we supposed to do? I think it has to be working together.
Larry, who should write the check?
Let me touch on a little different version of what the cities deal with, because with all of our lakeshore, we've got property owners that are basically just individuals, and they're responsible for maintaining their own sewage treatment system through a septic system, which goes back to the question that was asked earlier about who's doing what with those and is anything going on. And there is. The discharge from the septic system is below the ground level, and it's very hard, if almost impossible, to measure what's happening. So we rely on design standards that are developed by the engineers at the University of Minnesota. And they do put on classes annually. Our inspectors, our installers are required to take those classes. We, excuse me, and for years we've had in a program where our county inspectors would go out and check lakeshore septic systems, and really the only thing they could do would be to look at the way it was designed and built, and that made the determination whether it was acceptable or not. And if it wasn't, they were issued an abatement notice and had to upgrade that. Currently, the county has changed some of its ordinances, and so now if you're going to put a new structure on, it has to be inspected or upgraded. If its property is going to transfer, it has to be inspected or upgraded. And so that's how we're coming at it and dealing with individuals.
Ann, what do you think?
We have the same plan, whereas if you're going to get a building permit, then you have to show that you have a compliant septic system, and that makes sense because you know, we had this discussion about 2 or 3 years ago, and I was concerned about the same thing. We're rural. I have constituents that have no water at home. We don't get to go to the faucet and turn it on and hope that something comes out. They have to dig a well. I have constituents that have dug their own well because they're expensive. Septic systems are $15,000 to $20,000, and I have people in my district that make $24,000 a year. So it's difficult to put your mind around that when you realize that that's happening in our state. But the point being is that this is one way to catch those that have them and that are not in compliance. And we do have programs out there that are helping people to acquire the funding in order to become compliant, because that's certainly important. So I know as a county we work toward working with the people in order to sufficiently address the issue.
Dan?
Yeah, I'd follow up with the circumstance of Lake and Cook County collaborating on Holly Kvork from Pope County mentioned the local water management plan, and that geopolitical planning process is being transitioned to watershed scale planning process, hopefully over the next 10 to 15 years. We were one of the first pilot projects in that, and we had great support. We had great collaboration from state, federal agencies. 1854 Treaty Authority was on our group. We had an outstanding process for that. And one of the good things that's come out of that and is going to be transferred into Lake County. So this is coordinating ordinances and policies and activities at a watershed scale in collaboration with your neighbors to avoid situations or to at least get everybody at the table when an upstream neighbor is impacting a downstream recipient in a negative way. And so one thing that Cook County had going on was a low-interest loan program to constituents, because it is a huge economic burden. Again, we're on bedrock. You know, the cost of septic systems can drive up to $30,000 in some situations, and you can't just start waving a stick around and expecting people to do that. So you've got to have some sort of mechanism to support your constituency in place. And so Lake County is, over the next few years, going to be kind of adopting that program that Cook County put forth. And, you know, the one thing they did, too, there's a lot of lakes up there, so we're trying to target and prioritize where we're putting our dollars. So identifying water bodies that have declining water trends that are well correlated with failing septic systems, there's a first place you want to act, because you've got a smoking gun of what's going on. And then if you can, have the conversation, a lot of those same folks get their drinking water out of that same lake. And so, with a little bit of education, people start to make those decisions autonomously, and they appreciate the support that a local government can provide in doing so.
Again, those of you in the audience, if you have a question, just let us know. We'll get a microphone to you. If you're on Twitter, send a question in to our panel. In fact, we've got some here. Back to the health issue from Twitter. How much do you think about public health as you go about doing your work? Burnell?
Every day. We take our quality of our drinking water seriously, and we want to make sure that our citizens in our community enjoys the water they have, they like the water they have. We want to provide sufficient quantity and quality for our industry, our business growth, and the growth of our community as a whole. A day doesn't go by that we don't think about the quality of our water, nor do we monitor the quality of our water. We stay on top of it.
Larry?
As a county, we have a public health department that addresses many of the aspects we're talking about. But we also partnered with 3 surrounding counties, Becker, Clay, and Wilkin, to do a partnership for health. So it's a 4-county group that can speak with one voice and has the resources of all 4 counties together. And it allows for a lot more education and response.
Michelle on Twitter says, how can communities raise utility rates to fully cover system needs and still be affordable to residents? Vernell, you have a...
How can we, or should we? That right now for Detroit Lakes, that's a $36 million question. I'm a firm believer in trying to maintain affordability. The governor's State of the State address the other night, we had an individual from Detroit Lakes talked about the cost of wastewater, the impact on his business, and he's actually going to have a malting facility, and he's going to help the agricultural community in our area as well. And I also had an elderly lady on fixed income that walked into the utility billing office earlier this week and said, if my bills go up any more, I am not going to be able to afford it. And if you think about the people that lived through the Depression or coming out of that, they're still living today in their own homes. They will take drastic measures to be able to afford and live on the income they have. I don't want to put any of our citizens in our communities because our rates get so high that they have to go to alternative living means, not living in sanitary conditions, going into ultra conservation mode with water. I want to avoid that, and that's why we're working with the state, asking the state legislature for some additional money for our project to maintain that affordability. We've got to have some skin in the game, but this is a real serious deal. It's going to get so costly, I'm afraid people are going to go into ultra conservation mode. It's going to become a health issue.
Blaine?
Yeah, it's very important, and one of the things that I always like to share with legislators or other people that are talking about water systems, the rates don't pay for the whole system in our city. I think it's the same way in Detroit Lakes. In some cities, the utility system pays for all the infrastructure. I think there's a small city, Olivia, just got done doing a great big infrastructure project. When the pipes go in the ground in the street, and those pipes go to eventually to the water treatment plant, we assess them out to property owners. We just did an assessment about $3,500 to one house for putting in infrastructure for water. And so you always have to keep that in mind, but there is a very delicate balance between how much you can charge and then putting an elderly person out of their house. Or one of the things we haven't talked about, we have a university campus here. They get their water from us. That's a major expense to them. We have businesses that need water, and it could be an economic impact to them to double your water rates for doing the project like we're talking about. But we think about that all the time. And the one thing I would tell you, though, is one of the things I always like to share at tax time with the city is that I think it's important to understand we live in a state that cares about water to the point where it's not just up to the city to maintain that quality water source. We have a state that looks over us and puts into place requirements that we have to meet. We're constantly testing the water, and so when the Flint, Michigan issue came out, people wondered what we do here, and we do watch that very closely to make sure that water is good water that's going to our public. But what I share at tax time is how much is your cell phone bill? And everybody in here can think about that. How much is your cell phone bill? And how much is your utility bill for water? Because I guarantee you in Morris, the cell phone bill is probably a lot higher than what you're paying for water. And which is more important? You can make that decision.
I'm wondering, have we gotten to a point, the pie is only so big, and there is an argument that says we need to take what resources, what money we have, and direct it toward those areas that are still pristine, still clean, take some of the rest of the pie and devote it to those areas that probably can be cleaned up fairly inexpensively, and the other ones we just have to walk away from. Right. What do you think about when you hear that argument? Ann?
Well, I know that the state has been very generous and has continued to be generous with the Mississippi Headwaters Board, because I think that the governor and lieutenant governor see the value in making sure that our natural resource of that magnitude is held to the highest standard. And so currently I know that we're in the process of getting some more legacy money to do some more projects in order to secure areas on the river that could be questionable or in need of purchasing, just to secure that the water is not damaged in any way. But you know, that's a big question in the sense that, you know, our citizens, most of them anywhere, are very rural. I mean, we do have, you know, municipalities within Aiken County, but the majority of the individuals live out in the rural county, and they're responsible for their water. And so if it doesn't work, the water pump goes out, I need a new well, I'm paying that bill. So it's a little different when you're rural than when you're city, certainly, but I think the state as a whole needs to take this on. We need to come together. This needs to be united front. We have the resource to make sure that everybody in our state, and potentially maybe different states, has clean water for future generations. And
But
we
how do
just
you
need to put it
protect the
together.
forest lands in Aiken County without substantial money from somebody?
We have a wonderful land commissioner, Mark Jacobs. He is nationally recognized, and we just put together a tactical plan for that project. And I can say that it takes a lot of years to figure out what to do in order to sustain that, because some people think that, you know, you don't want to cut any timber down because that's not the right thing to do, when in fact that is healthy. It's like fire burns, you know, people think you should never let the forest burn, when in fact it's been proven that sometimes it's what needs to be happening in order to promote growth. So we do it on a very limited budget, but I can tell you that the land department certainly is a profitable department within Aiken County.
So you think there's enough money to go around? We don't have to be triaging.
I don't think that, you know, I'm not talking about how much money is to go around. I don't know that I know all that, but I do know that we have enough land commissioners in the northern part of the state that take to heart the value of timberland and what that does for not only the economy, but producing jobs and the tourism. I mean, where do you all go when you want to go on a quick weekend trip? You come up north. And so, you know, we need to continue to promote that. I mean, I just heard from somebody who said they came up to find the Lost 40 last weekend, you know, so we definitely have tourism that involves forestry. So I think that there's a lot of benefits to maintaining that. We just need to value it.
Dan, what do you think?
I was going to mention, there's, you know, similar to the previous panel, there's a lot of programs, and there's a lot of incentive programs out there already for private landowners. The SFIA program has great tax benefits, or, you know, a payment per acre that a landowner can be given if they put their forest into a sustainable plan and make sustainable practices possible on it. And there's and people, you know, people that are interested in those sorts of things, I think a lot of times just haven't been connected with the resources yet. And so I think, you know, in this whole conversation, the government dollar, who pays, I think, you know, I come from an education background. I have a lot of faith in, you know, just giving people factual information and just helping them see some of the benefits and just broadening their perspective a little bit. A lot of people autonomously make right decisions on their own if they know enough and are empowered to do that. And so I think connecting people with the resources that are out there, and then just, you know, getting an educational machine within natural resource communities, is that's something a lot of times the scientific community is not really good at, is, you know, how to get the results out there in a form that people can understand and act on. And I think that's you know, that's a gap that I know up in the northeast portion. We're really trying to fill that, both for residents and then visitors, just having people become aware of the value of the resources and what they can do to plug into it and protect it and restore it.
Back to the audience, please.
Isn't it a paradox to clean water for municipalities to approve housing developments with private well and septic systems?
Blade?
I agree 100%. And we have them in Morris. And that's one of the discussions I had with the Planning Commission when I got here in 2007, because I don't understand how that could have happened. You know, you subdivide a piece of land that's basically in the city limits, and it's probably, we just went through a process of rezoning the city of Morris, and we looked at housing, where housing should go, and one of the places it should go is at the end of the sewer and water pipe, not as far away from it as you can get, because now you have to figure out a way to get out to those people. And that's an important thing that we have to do in cities, is to think really hard and long about where we want to see things, whether it's industrial, whether it's residential, whatever it is, and then take into consideration how are you going to meet those needs. Because to have a lot that maybe is 150 by 200 feet right in the city limits and have a well and a septic tank makes no sense to me as a city manager.
Burnell?
Yeah, and part of that goes along with the requirements for a wellhead protection plan. Most of our communities that have well water require to have that wellhead protection plan, and that requires us to make sure that we understand what's going on within a given radius of our wells, or what's called a 10-year time of travel or delineation travel for water to get to our wells. And if we have private wells that are poked in the ground, that's actually a source or a point for contaminants to get into the aquifer. And then that creates bigger problems for the community as a whole. So part of the case of restricting wells and septic systems inside of our corporate limits is not just that we want to be able to have that market share of services to provide water and sanitary sewer, it's also for protection of our resources. And we take that wellhead protection is a big deal for us. You know, if we see something that could be getting to our wells, a lot of us it takes a long time to plan for another water resource in a community the size of Detroit Lakes. One, to find a spot to put the wells, to make sure there's adequate water there, and how to blend that and get that to our treatment facility. So part of this zoning and control is to protect the water and the water resource we have right now.
Now, we were told earlier today that really one of the keys to dealing with water quality is public awareness. People have to be aware that there's a problem to begin with. I mean, after all, we live in the land of 10,000 lakes, sky blue waters, blah, blah, blah. Do you get the sense, that's a technical term used by your highly paid professional broadcasters. Do you get the sense that people in your jurisdiction are really fired up about this issue, or do they simply say, heck, we got all the water we need? Larry?
Let me go back. One of the items I wanted to touch on was our buffer strip initiative. And we started that in 2014, before the legislation was passed. In 1989, the DNR put out new shoreland minimum standards, and those have to be adopted by each county. And one of the provisions in those standards was that of buffer strips. And frankly, we didn't get to it until 2014, but we went ahead with our soil and water conservation districts, and based on that language, developed our own buffer strip initiative preceding the legislation. The soil and water technicians spent a great deal of time going over high-resolution photography, determining parcel by parcel with over 50,000 parcels what kind of compliance they could detect from the high-resolution photography. And when there was a question, there were field visits done with landowners, and then a series of 3 letters will go out, two have gone out, advising them of the status and their need for compliance, and to make contact with the soil and water folks to correct the situation or explore the options, see what kind of funding sources might be available to help them out. And yeah, we have a few exceptions, but that program has gone over very well.
Ann?
I just had to go back to the water quality because I know that AIS, aquatic invasive species, certainly has impacted some of our lakes. And we certainly have, through the DNR, put together programs of educating people about the importance of clean, dry, I can't remember the third one. Yes, thank you. And so in doing that, you know, we've just come to the point where, you know, the governor has set aside 10,000, well, I should say legislator, has set aside $10 million. And of that money, I think we got like 277,000. With our money, we have bought 2 decontamination units. We've bought a pickup in order to drive them around to different lakes. We've hired people to be at the landing sites so that when you want to put your boat in the water, they're there for information. They're not there to, you know, cause trouble, but we're there to try to teach people about the importance. And just last year, I'm sure you've all heard of Big Sandy Lake, one of the nicest lakes in the state, and there was an individual who showed up at the landing site, and our individual who works for us noticed that there was a huge patch of zebra mussels, excuse me, on the bottom of the boat, which could certainly have just contaminated that beautiful lake. So, you know, it's education, and it's like going back to when we had to wear seatbelts, you know, it was just frustrating. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's just second nature. We just want to get to that point. We want people to understand that when you take a boat out of a lake, that you know, clean off whatever is there, because the impact of you not doing that can just destroy a lake. And we as Minnesotans value our lakes, all 10,000 of them. And I just know that they're willing to do it. I just think it's the education point that we need to increase. So what Aiken has done is, at the landing sites, we decided, in order to spur the notion of drying and cleaning, is we give out these towels to people who show up at the landing sites in order to have it in the boat. They'll be reminded to do it when they get out of the water. And so I did bring a number of them, so if you leave here, you can pick one up too. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, Vernell, do you get the sense that people are hip to this problem? Do they
Oh,
see it as a problem?
No, our Lake Owners Association are very much in tune with the quality of the water in their lakes, and they're active. We hear from them often. They're engaging in our process. They take the water quality of their lakes personal, and they want to make sure that they stay high quality water lakes for generations to come. They're engaged.
I'd just echo that value of lake associations and watershed associations. I think you know, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency invested in civic engagement cohorts, so you know, training natural resource professionals how to have difficult conversations or facilitate community conversations. And one of the big thrusts of that was hopefully to get folks trained up to go out and, you know, figure out how to initiate these lake associations. And you know, in northern Lake County, the White Iron Chain of lakes along the Fernburg Road right outside of Ely, just rabidly protective of their waters, and have a political voice with the county, and do amazing outreach and apply for grants on their own. So I think, again, you know, that idea of cultivating grassroots groups and empowering those folks and letting them know what resources are available when they have that much momentum and voice built up, you know, and that's not the government dollar doing that. I mean, it's getting it started, but then there's a lot of resources that are being applied through those groups to their own areas.
Wayne, your constituents here, are they fired up about this problem?
I don't know if they're fired up about it, but I think the key is education. You know, whether it's the salt issue and water softeners and what's happening in their houses. 40% of our houses in Morris are rental units because we're a college community. So we have to educate the people that live in the houses and actually the people that own the houses. But you know, I mentioned earlier that we now have a stormwater permit issue. So we actually started collecting a little bit of money on our utility bills, because there's going to be a major education process for how you deal with things like putting fertilizer on your grass or mowing your grass into the street. Or I remember when I was a young man and we used to do dust control with the oil after we changed the oil on a car. Older people probably remember that. And nowadays, that goes right into the storm sewer. And so education is going to be a huge deal going forward.
Back to the audience for another question.
Amitaki Api, I don't necessarily have a question, but a comment and an offer to that gentleman from Detroit Lakes. My name is Kevin Jensvold. I'm the tribal chairman, Upper Sioux community near Granite Falls, Minnesota. I want to talk about this technology that we've had in place on our reservation for over 5 years to treat our wastewater. It's called a membrane batch reactor. We were authorized by the federal government to have a discharge permit to the Minnesota River that at the time seemed to be a very difficult process. When we had engaged the federal government in our request, the MPCA as well as our neighbors upstream and downstream had concerns about these TMDLs and phosphorus limits and whatnot. And I just want to say to you that I'm not a public works director or a water person, but I know just a very little. But at that time, our tribe had agreed to a permit that was 5 times stricter than any in the state of Minnesota as far as load limits. We did that because the technology existed and we were willing to pay the price, and I guess that is my comment and the concern here is it comes down to the dollars. Everything I heard today, it's the dollars that are needed to implement the technology to create better health for our waters. And we were willing to do that. We have approximately $60,000 or 60,000 gallons of wastewater per day. Our treatment plant cost $5.6 million to build. But the technology is there, and I want to say to that gentleman that I would welcome you to come tour our facility, and you can see any data or any type of things that you need, any questions with our Public Works Director there, because it is a fantastic system, and I only bring that to all of your attention because I was also asked today to bring 4 gallons of that water that was treated in our wastewater facility, and it is pure, and it is clean. And unfortunately, and it's ironic, we dumped that back into the Minnesota River, which has been impacted all my life. You know, so the irony doesn't escape me, but I'm assuming that if you want to brace yourself and have a drink of that water with me, I'm prepared to do that to demonstrate to all of you that this is a possibility.
Thank you. Vernell?
Well, I appreciate that because, to be honest with you, that's the exact technology we're going to implement in Detroit Lakes. We're actually putting a biological phosphorus removal, nitrogen removal portion in front of the membrane biological reactor, and we are using the MBR technology to meet our limits. And we're excited about the technology. We're excited about the changes, and we're actually adding a couple other steps. We're going to do a partial phosphorus reduction through the BioP process, biological process, on nitrogen removal as well. So we're actually adding to the process you're using, but it does work well, and we're going to embrace it. And you are absolutely right. That's a very, very high quality effluent from that, and it is amazing stuff that comes out of it.
We have another audience question.
Hi, so I had a question. I saw a lot of representation from the northern parts of the state, and I think for a vast majority of the state's population, our experience with the clean waters of Minnesota are going to places like Aiken County, Lake County, Cook County, St. Louis County, which are famous for their beautiful, pure water. What can we do to increase the awareness of the water quality issues in other parts of the state for the vast majority of the population, that when they think of Minnesota's lakes, think of the Burnside and Lake Superior and White Iron, which are known for their quality?
Who wants to take that on? Everything's hunky-dory up north, but maybe not elsewhere.
Well, I didn't get a chance to answer that, but I would invite you to come down to Morris and Stevens County, because we have some of the most interesting land. Actually, Chancellor Johnson talked about it this morning. We live in a very unique place because we're on the edge of the prairie. If you go north, you can hit into the lakes, and I'm talking maybe 10 miles north into the lakes. We have river that goes through here. You go a little bit south of here, you're in the river valley, and I grew up going out into wetlands, into little creeks, into little rivers. We fish, we hunt, we do all those kind of things here, and we care deeply about it. And I would say that I think everybody that lives here probably has a pretty good conversation about what we have here, and it's important for the state to know that it is a big state. We're very diverse. We all have our own little things that make us special, and we'd never be able to just pick one place and say that's where we're going to put our money into it, because it would not work.
Well, this leads into a question that we dealt with earlier today. Bring it up with you folks. Does Minnesota need a water czar? I say that because, you know, clearly there are so many agencies involved, so many people involved, so many decision makers. There's an argument that says, well, kind of working against each other. If you had like a king or a queen, it would resolve itself a little better. Vernell?
No, I think the gentleman from Cargill kind of talked about how massive this topic is and the complexities of it all. I had a chance to meet with Commissioner Stein from the MPCA here a year and a half or 2 years ago, and the commissioner from the Department of Health, and shared with him our dichotomy with water quality regulations, drinking water regulations versus wastewater regulations, and how sometimes they conflict and compound each other. And those two committed to work closer together. And I think the cooperation between those two entities with our engagement and customer engagement and the public engagement, we can get there, Gary. I think they know what it's like out in rural Minnesota now. They know what the pitfalls we have and the complexities we have, and they're willing to work with us. Good people, have a good working relationship with both of them. And I think a collaboration with them and continued coordination and communication with them will get us where we need to be.
Larry?
I don't think so. You know, we have so many cross jurisdictions right now, with counties having some responsibility and multiple state agencies. When you look at the responsibilities of the MPCA, the DNR, where would you, I think what you'd end up with, if you're talking a czar, you'd end up with a mega state agency, and I don't think they'd accomplish a whole lot more.
Dan?
I think a lot of states do address environmental issues with that mega agency. I think Minnesota is quite unique, and it does create problems between agencies and you know, just communicative difficulties, I think. But you know, as far as Azar, I think I do want to just spend a moment with that one watershed, one plan process is being facilitated by the state, and that has been an interagency development process with the MDH and the PCA and the Board of Water and Soil Resources and the DNR, the Minnesota Department of Ag. And that is precedent setting for this country. We are also precedent setting in the fact that we have passed that legacy amendment, and we have you know, resources available to address these sorts of things that no other state in the country has. So we have resources, and we're just getting into this process of transitioning to a collaborative watershed scale planning process. And again, I speak for our process in the Northeast. We had a fantastic result of that with the plan that I believe is going to be approved by the Board of Water and Soil Resources here in the next few months, and the counties are bought into it. We've got a process set up to, you know, all the municipalities along the North Shore were invited to be part of that process. None of them participated, but I think now that we have a plan to go to them with, despite the fact they weren't at their table, we identified opportunities and challenges within those municipalities that are, you know, some of the biggest issues facing the North Shore. But we have data-based information to bring to those folks now and say, you know, here's an issue, it's affecting your community, here's a vehicle where we can get funding for that. And I think, you know, we got to start making consistent steps in the right direction. We always joke that we manage resources, we manage personalities, and we manage groups, and we manage individuals. And again, that takes a unique skill set for facilitation and being able to, you know, walk through these difficult conversations. But I don't think it's a water czar. I think it's a comprehensive collaborative effort that we've got just a really exceptional framework set up for in Minnesota at this point. So I hope we can see that through for a few years and realize some benefits through that.
And collaboration or czar?
Well, I had the privilege and honor of serving on our Aiken County Board with Commissioner Brian Nabstead for 6 years, and he chaired Bowser. He was on the Mississippi Headwaters Board. He was on N-Club. He was on Joint Powers. He was on EQB. And I learned so much from him about watersheds. Aiken has 6 of them. I used to nickname him Aquaman. If there was anybody, I would vote for him, just because I've worked with him for a number of years, and I think that his grasp on the state situation of water is more impressive. And I think that if you talk to members of AMC and legislators, you would find that his name would pop up. So if we ever did do that, I would nominate Mr. Nabstead.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello. First, I'd like to say thank you to Larry and Nancy and Lauren on the previous panel for getting up in front of this audience and having the courage to speak about their issues. And thank you. And as a benefactor of a brand new school system, I also wanted to point out that everyone around me in rural Sibley County paid far more taxes than I do to buy that new school system for us, and that is often forgotten by the public in this state. The farmers do have a huge tax burden with respect to that. So I would like to just mention and ask the question, do you think as a society here in Minnesota, going along with Gary's comment just a little bit ago about how the pie is only so big, that we will ever recognize the value in of the water issues that we truly do have on an even pair with all the other priorities that we have as a state? And I'm kind of thinking back to our guest presenter this morning, Greg, when he talked about the righteousness that we have about the things we're passionate about and the limited resources, and when you make a decision about one thing, it affects another. Can we ever, and can your constituents in your communities ever place the same value on water and what needs to be done for water as they do in the rest of our tax budget, priorities?
It's a great question to end on. I want to have all of you weigh in. Larry, go ahead first.
You know, I think you hit on something there in coupling the goals with the fact of the education system. I may be wrong, but I don't know that of any school district that is currently offering a comprehensive water curriculum. And we all know that that is how you get things done. It's a long-term project, but I don't know that all of the aspects that I've heard talked about today are presented in any school district.
Blaine, enough of a priority.
I would say that we care about water. I know as a city we care about water. I know our citizens care about water. I think the issue is that we're in a white noise phase right now, where people really don't know what to listen to. And one of the best things that I think ever happened, I've been in administration since 1990, and one of the best things that ever happened was to have the commissioners from the state come out to Morris and sit down and talk to us about water, talk to us about energy, talk to us about those things. And I would just say that people will start caring when and doing more about it when we can find a way to be able to sit down as a collaborative and listen to each other and realize that we have to work together. Because, whether it's farmers, and I don't know what farmers are doing. I'm not a farmer. I have friends that are farmers, and I have a little bit of an idea of what they go through, but I can tell you what cities are doing, and we can sit down and we can have that discussion, but we're not listening to each other enough.
Dan, priority, enough of a priority.
Yeah, I think, when you talk about government, there's immediate priorities all the time, social services, education, I think, we're blessed and cursed in a way that we've always had the privilege of turning on our faucet in this country and fresh water comes out of it. I have the perspective of living in a third world country for 3 years, and we walked a half mile with our water buckets, and, I think it's, people react when there's a big issue or catastrophe, and we're starting to see major water quality issues come up in this first world country. And I think the more of those that come up, unfortunately, it does take more of those or some sort of critical mass or, God forbid, a catastrophic situation. But, unfortunately, it might take something like that to really put a primary focus on water as the one thing that no living thing in this world can live without.
Dan, enough of a priority?
Absolutely. I think people recognize the value of it. I think that we need to collaborate and we need to figure out how we can all work together to make it as important as it is.
Burnell?
Yeah, Detroit Lakes is a groundwater guardian community, and we work water education in with our 4th grade curriculum within our school districts. And I think the one thing we need to do, Gary and everybody, is we need to tell our story better. We need to start talking about what we do to provide quality water, quality drinking water to our citizens, and we need to convey our message to them that we're doing our part and tell our story. Because if somebody tells our story for us, we may not like how they tell it, and we need to get the word out ourselves and talk to our people.
Thanks very much. You guys are good.
Thank you so much. We're now going to hear from Commissioner Fredrickson of the Department of Agriculture and Commissioner Landwehr from the Department of Natural Resources. They're going to provide some brief closing remarks. Please stay seated after they leave, because then we have a really special performance that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Great job. Well, thanks, everybody. One of the things I heard is meat and milk, and so I'm going to capitalize on that a little bit and Repeat back some of the messages I think we heard today, and I'm going to let Dave close up with some of his observations and some of the, maybe some of the tweets that we heard, that we got today, some of the more relevant tweets. So just to recap some of what we heard, the governor started out, and I think it was clear to everybody that he has got great resolve around clean water. He said, we inherited this problem, but we're not going to leave without at least addressing this problem. His answer was that we need to promote a water conservation ethic, not an edict. I think Mr. Page gave us some great insight from a person who sat in a very powerful position once upon a time. And I think, you know, he made a very credible case balancing on two sides. One is that the recognition that agriculture should get great credit for being much more efficient today in producing food with 40% less nutrients today than we did some short time ago, but also recognizing that that agriculture needs to recognize and start contributing to solutions, or something will come down that will direct them to do that. And so how do we balance that recognition that we're much more efficient today, much better at producing food to feed the world, and still help solve problems that some of that intense production may be helping to create. First panel, really too many good ideas to read them all off, but I think one of the primary ideas that came across that the problems that we see with water quality are manifest in many different ways. For instance, the rural cities versus the urban cities, the water supply problem versus the surface water problem, and that there's a lot of innovative work going on in all of these areas to help address some of that. That session, of course, focused on food and recognized that there are, through efforts that Cargill and that Land O'Lakes are working on, that there are solutions, innovative solutions throughout the supply chain and across all of sectors, from dairy to commodity production. Second panel, again, a little more focus on the forested part of the state perhaps in this one, but still the uniqueness of each situation, the unique problems they may be facing on the North Shore versus the problems they're facing in Morris or in a more agricultural setting. One of the messages is it's good to live upriver, but we can't all live upriver. And it's in part good to live upriver because treatment is expensive, very expensive, and when we get in these small towns, it is perhaps overwhelming. Keeping clean water clean is critical, and we should be looking at how our forests are actually contributing to that and ensure that they continue to do that, especially for those of us who draw our water from the Mississippi River, like the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. We are very lucky to generally have good water quality. We don't have to do a lot of work to make good domestic water, drinking water, and therefore we don't have a lot of health concerns, and that's not true obviously across the country. One of the overriding messages we got is the costs of cleaning up water do not fall equitably on people, and so how do we strive as a society to provide clean water for everybody, recognizing that the costs of cleaning it up may not be equally distributed. And I think that really led to kind of the main message I heard from all these presentations, and that is that collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and assistance is going to be critical to meet some of those goals. And then I heard blah, 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 and I'm going to turn it over to Dave to finish out the rest of that.
Blah, blah, blah. And blah, blah. Well, again, both Tom and I are here really on behalf of Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith. She was to come forward and close the event down today. Unfortunately, she is ill, and so you have to settle for blah, blah, and Tom.
The good news and the bad news.
Yeah, right. My job is to basically tell you how we will utilize the information that we have gathered here today. The panels were incredible. The governor was very pointed. I thought Greg Page, retired CEO of Cargill, really laid it out. I appreciated his message today, acknowledging the great work that farmers have done. But the interesting thing is, you know, farmers don't farm in the aggregate, they farm individually. And we focus our attention at the Department of Ag, particularly on our Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program. I've always been of the opinion that you do water quality acre by acre, farmstead by farmstead, watershed by watershed, township by township, county by county, and eventually you impact the entire state. Our approach at the department has been through the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program. We are quietly working behind the scenes in many ways to add acreage to that program, and I know that somebody has already indicated it, but I like to talk about it. We have 175,000 acres now enrolled in that program in just a shade over a year and a half. And so again, we approach it from a whole farm perspective, and I just think if every farmable acre in Minnesota had BMPs established on working lands, wouldn't we have a better state? So with that, thank you very much for your attendance today, and I'm throwing it back to Anna Henderson. Thank you. For some more blah blah.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. We are so excited to close the formal portion of the summit with a special performance of Morris's amazing concert choir. They're going to perform a song in the spirit of the day. The choir is under the direction of Dr. Bradley Miller. And please, after this, we're going to have a water bar in the 08 hall where we had lunch, where we'll sample waters from across the state. And I'm just going to put it out there that I think the water from the Upper Sioux that Kevin Jensvold invited us to try is going to be better than the water from City of Morris. So that's my, the competition is out. But there are many waters to be tried and competed with each other. So please enjoy Let the River Run, written by Carly Simon, arranged by Craig Hella Johnson. And thank you again so much for joining us.